And we are
Good.
live.
Oh.
Well, if you
So,
need
yeah.
any help,
the
converting Pathfinder rules to 5e.
Fucking fucking Zoom froze on me again. Give me a moment.
No.
Oh.
I know what it is, guys. I opened up the chat box, and when I went to close it, it messed up. So 2 seconds while I reopen this Zoom call. All right, so I know what happened.
Okay.
I opened the chat bar to talk to you guys, and it froze. When I
You
opened,
know that's not a
when
good
I
thing.
opened it up again to let you know that it froze, it was fine. But when I closed it so the cameras were right, it fucked up again.
That'll
So
do
it's
it.
just-
I keep that chat bar open all the time.
You know,
I don't.
those standard
It's annoying.
built-in functions, they'll break every time.
They break every time, yeah.
That's why I keep it open.
Hey, at least you didn't do something weird like click Teams off of your taskbar and open that up.
Oh,
and then watch everything break.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I just press the buttons on my Stream Deck and completely take us to a brand new overlay for my stream. It's just me like slowly trying to hijack the show to my stream is all it is. Don't worry about it.
I'm okay with that.
So,
It's fine. It's fine.
how are you?
I am so tired.
Nope.
I took a nap before this and it wasn't long enough.
I am currently hour 24 into making a Fortnite map.
Wait, is this the one that got?
No, thank you.
Is this the one that got deleted the last time?
No, not deleted. Not deleted. This is a brand new map. The thing is what they want me to do with it is causing so many issues. So it's like a trial by fire, because in order to successfully test it, I need 7 other people with me in order to like test the game mode. So
Oh.
Yay.
Like,
I mean, it sounds more fun than my day. I spent half my day writing more new bugs. Yay.
you mean code?
No. I for
intentionally injecting bugs into the code.
No, it's like you know, it's basically me on a freaking, you know, on a Chime chat with like my POCs in India going, guys, this build sucks ass. Please fix.
Sounds like my QA days.
I can pile on to the kind of shitty days and shitty week thing as well here. I had to throw out half of my dice molds the other day at the end of last week. So I was working on a new one, and anyone that works with silicone knows that you have to have a really, really sharp knife to do it. So I use scalpels.
Yeah.
And the scalpel slipped, and I skewered my thumb with it.
Oh.
And when I pulled it out, it was like a B-movie horror effect spraying everywhere, and it got all over the molds.
But you could have had authentic blood in your molds.
Yeah, exactly.
Which would have been fine for me, but I'm not going to sell that to people. So I had to throw them out.
For that.
That's a new set
There is
of
a market for that.
dice.
But better safe than sorry. I had to throw them out.
The new pair, the new pair of Jordans that have a drop of blood in them.
Oh, those were customs. I know which one you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to sell them.
Yeah, he wasn't allowed to sell them because
he got into a lot of trouble with Nike.
Yeah, because you cannot sell bodily fluids.
I don't want to be in that same trouble, so I threw out the molds.
You had the opportunity to make a new set of blood magic dice,
right?
Yeah.
I could,
Fun
but
time.
you know,
and just call it.
Fox,
you could have called it.
Mold. You
could have called it. You could called it to Vinter. You could have called it to Vinter Nights as like an inside joke to yourself.
I should have, because you know normally blood is just a really shitty dye in resin. It doesn't look very nice, but if you have enough of it, which I did, could have made it look good.
Kevlar gloves, sir. Invest in some Kevlar gloves.
I could have even painted the numbers with it.
Oh, Jeez, that's way too much blood I'm envisioning in my head right now.
It was a surprising amount.
What sort of pigment is this ink? Crimson.
I'm more stick with my nice day of Excel files then. That's how my work does everything. Excel.
Well, there is no blood splatter on the screen, at least on tonight's show. Yeah, can't say there's no blood magic because, you know, that is an optional school. There's no magic here. No magic, no celestials, no nothing.
No.
Just a bunch of humans and pedestrians.
Yep.
I subscribe to none of those labels.
And the flat.
And
he's fine. He has a permit.
He has a permit.
Matt.
Yeah, so last time we all got together, you all found yourselves in a predicament that you did not expect. Kunkaval waking up in an iron cage about 10 feet off of a cabin floor. In the middle of a sort of makeshift work area that had dolls in various stages of completion. Being able to slip out of his cage by turning into a cat, he began to explore the cabin, finding almost the entirety of the walls lined with multiple shelves of completed dolls, each of them with silver needles located on various places of their beings, along with a strange burlap man wandering about. A little bit of exploration, he found himself down into a secret underground basement where he found the rest of his companions who were also in iron magically sealed cages with these long strands of silk thread running from their ears to spools that were winding that seemed to power magical quills that were writing interesting facts about them and their life in very thick tomes. With a little luck, you all were able to escape the hag's hut along with your books and the thread, and a couple children who were under the impression that you were freshly possessed bodies from the numerous carionets that were inside the hut. Trapping the hag down in the basement itself gave you a bit of a head start to get away. And with some friendly assistance of some resident fae, you were able to get off the path right as she passed by. A very peaceful night went by. You all were able to get your sleep. Food was left for you during the night and upon your awakening. Those of you who had exhaustion or under the effects of the doll's curse woke up perfectly fine. A very large breadcrumb trail led you from the cave's entrance out to a little detour through the forest that allowed you to find your way out faster than if you were to go back onto the main road. Meeting up with Alistair and Denmother and a few choice mad dogs, you and your bodyguards made it back to Madtown. The kids were taken to the healer's hall for Lady White to look over, and Denmother and the rest of the mad dogs returned to their guild hall, leaving all of you outside, free to do as you will. By the time you got back in, it's roughly about 11 o'clock in the morning. But as you look about, you can see that the snow has calmed down a bit. It looks as if travel is going to once again be permitted any day now. So the incidents with the train still looming in your minds. Some of you even chomping at the bit to go and investigate the crash site to see what was taken and what other information you can ascertain from the crash itself. But for now, the day is yours. Do as you wish.
Did we explain information along the way to Dead Mother about what happened?
You could have, yeah. You could have given her like the rundown as to what happened, because she had her own questions. Alistair was found face down, asleep at a bar, and he had no recollection of how he got there.
Okay. Okay, well, at least clear that up.
And when we got back to town, I assume they took those children off somewhere.
Yes, the children. Yeah, the children were taken to the healer's hall for Lady White to look over. Mainly because of the stories that they were telling. They were a little concerned that they may be under some sort of charm spell.
I guess first thing I would do is head to the inn that we were staying at, so I could take a moment to wash, Hag's basement off of me.
Yeah, you've all been on the road for quite a bit.
I mean, some of us probably just smell like horse at this point.
Yeah.
Is there anything that passes for a public bath or a hot spring?
No, but you do know that the inn that you are staying at, the Firelight Facade, does have private tubs in your rooms.
Jericho's gonna take a bath.
Yeah, I imagine Chemic would do the same.
Join you in a little while, Gimmick. I'm more head over to the Hunter's Hall.
You okay going by yourself?
Yeah, nothing I haven't done before.
Jericho's gonna call out, remember, if you sell it, our deal is you let me know.
What is Azure Claw doing?
Azure Claw is going to wash the horse out of his feathers.
Probably a good idea. What about Kunkaval?
Well, because of the whole dream sequence thing, I need to know what I have that is actually things that I have versus what's not actually there. You had said that I had 3 stuffies waiting for me. I'm guessing those were real.
Yeah, any of the stuffies that you got when you first came back to town, or you thought you came back to town, that were waiting for you are not there. The bug,
I have the
like,
fire beetle one.
Pretty much anything that you were given after you walked through that teleportation door, you don't have.
Okay. Let's go away. And so Kunko will go to his room and he'll start a fire in the fireplace and just kind of contemplate things for a little bit, eat some bugs, and just because of how highly suspect everything has been, he's going to take out that little stuffed fire beetle and he's going to throw it in the fire just in case.
Okay.
Single solitary tear.
And as you throw the fire beetle into the fireplace, doesn't make any sort of movements, doesn't try to struggle to get out of the flames, it just sits there and burns.
I will get more stuffies. Yeah, he's probably just going to stay in his room for a bit.
Okay.
I would like to think that on the journey back, I would have pointed out that the hag knew of Lady White, just in case there was any suspicion to be had there.
And when you deliver this message to Den Mother, she didn't seem all too worried about it.
Okay.
She kind of gave you a nod and delivered the information that most people know who Lady White is. Her name is a bit famous around these parts.
And also, I hope somebody would have brought it up. If not, Kunko would have. The fact that this hag claimed to have doll replacements of people in many different towns.
Yeah, Chemic would have said something.
Now that does cause a bit of an alarm to Den Mother. And she makes mention of possibly having to, rather unfortunately, deliver this sort of information to the Inquisition so they can take over the investigation. Because if it's as widespread as she believes, she's going to need all the help she can get.
Now, when she says that, does she make note of like how she's going to deliver that information? Like send a letter, or is there an Inquisition representative in Madtown, or how does that work?
She said that she would have to she made it sound like she would have to reach out to like a contact.
Okay.
But for like the entirety that you've been in Madtown, you haven't really seen too much of a church presence. Not even like a small house of worship or anything. This seems to be just a place where they're allowed to do as they must.
I'd also like to tell her that the children know at least some of these replacements by appearance. They don't know what cities they're from or go to, but they might be able to help identify.
I will pass that information on, but the last thing I would want is these children being used any further. The Inquisition has its means to check out abominations such as this.
That's our cue to leave.
As much as I hate relying on them, sometimes they're a necessity.
So are we free to go now?
Yeah, as soon as you crossed the gates, she sort of like bid you farewell. The children were taken off, and her and the Mad Dogs went back to the Hunters Guild, leaving you to whatever you were going to do.
We didn't get our reward.
Stop by the hall once you've got your rest.
All right.
I don't carry that much gold on me. I'm not a fool.
Fair. All right. After bath then.
So when I get to my room, I want to like immediately bar the door with a chair or something if I can.
You do have a small desk chair in there.
Close any curtains that may be present near the window, or make curtains if there isn't curtains. Basically shut off the room from the outside.
Yep.
So I can completely undress and get in the tub and soak, clean my feathers appropriately. But while I'm in there, I also want to look at those spools a little closer, spools of thread that
Okay.
I've got. Not using magic to identify them, because I don't want to, send out a pulse in the middle of an inn. But using my knowledge of Arcana and all that, I want to just see what I can determine.
Okay. So go ahead and give me an Arcana roll.
Chemic feels a disturbance in the force.
That is a 22.
A 22. So from everything that you've seen, and everything that you experienced, the fresh memories in your mind, the spools being pulled out of your head, the text that was written in the book, this almost feels to you as if it's a combination of divination and time magic.
Do I get the feeling that there are memories contained within the thread, or that the thread was just a conduit for the memories to be put on the book?
The thread is more of a conduit. It's sort of just the delivery system pulling it out of your head and transferring it to the quills.
Okay, that's good. If there was memories in these things, I would have probably destroyed them, and that would have made me as a player very sad. And while examining things that I picked up along the way, I'd also like to take a closer look at those 3 golden mushrooms that I picked in the forest.
Okay. Are you doing this while you are in the tub or after your bath?
In the tub.
Okay. So
Was that the wrong choice?
as you begin
I learned
to
today.
inspect the bark and the mushrooms, you can see almost like small strands reaching out from the fungi, traveling down the wood and going through the water, being left behind by your hand. And as it drinks this water up, the mushroom itself begins to like give off a small golden light.
Interesting. Can I do... I'm not sure if this would be nature or arcana or something else.
You can give me a nature or arcana roll.
Let's go with arcana. That's the higher one, and I'm proficient in it. 18.
18. You know of these mushrooms. You've come across them a couple times in your travels. They're known as miser caps. They are very responsive to water and will try to consume as much as possible if it's within its vicinity. But these mushrooms are also rather good for creating some very potent poisons and very beneficial potions.
Interesting. All right. I will make sure those are tucked away in a safe place and just kind of relax for a little bit.
Okay. Is anybody doing anything else in their bath or during bath time?
Playing with rubber duckies.
Playing with rubber duckies?
Do you have like the devil ducky?
Yeah.
I have the devil ducky.
The devil ducky's awesome.
Okay. So
At the risk of tempting fate,
oh, I love when people say
Right.
that.
I'm gonna pull out that little sculpture that I grabbed in the other shop. You may or may not remember.
What was it a sculpture of?
Let me find the description here. I put it as potentially cursed sculpture. Small snake coiled up around a green gem with a mantis atop the gem. Picked up at Knick-Knack Shop in Madtown. It felt
Yep.
like it was meant for me when I touched it.
Okay.
You remember that?
I remember that.
There you go. Gonna take a look at that and see if I can figure anything out about it.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll if you're going to look over this thing in detail.
That's a +0. So 2.
2. You look it over And it looks just like a very nice statue, very well made.
Pretty.
It's almost as if the mantis and the snake are real. If you didn't know any better, you could swear that you can feel a bit of warmth coming off the scales of the snake, and every now and then see the claws of the mantis move. But it just looks like a very nice statue. You're still drawn to it, though.
Yeah, I'll just hold on to it and look at it in the firelight for a little bit, and
Okay.
maybe put it up on the mantelpiece when I'm ready for a nap.
Okay.
I will probably at some point after my bath go knocking on Mia's door.
You hear very quick footsteps on the other side of the door and a lot of shuffling around and things being dragged around the room. And then she opens the door. Oh, it's just you. Hi.
Hi. I don't suppose you're in the mood to talk about what you are now, right?
And here I was hoping I could get away with, just not. But I suppose I
Still
did
don't,
promise,
I'm okay.
didn't I?
Well, if you don't want to share just yet, I'll bug you another time.
I'm all right with sharing. I know
Right.
I can't convince. Well, I shouldn't say I'm all right with sharing. I'm not. But I know that I can't convince you that it was just an illusion.
No.
Do you think it's fine to talk here? I don't know how thin these walls are.
Well, that's entirely up to you and how comfortable you feel. We could investigate the room and make sure that it's good.
Let's do that.
All right. Go
Let
ahead
them
and
in
just
and close the door.
go ahead
I'll-
and just look around.
Yeah,
Make sure it's all
and
good.
I'll do what I can to like pull like the bed sheets off and stuff and stuff them under the crack of the door so it's as soundproofed as possible. I don't trust anybody.
You're muted.
Go ahead and give me an investigation roll.
Investigation.
Oh.
I mean, we both should be good at that. No,
I'm very good at it.
I'm usually quite good at it, but I only rolled a 15 this time.
I did roll
Only.
slightly low. That is a 24.
How is that slightly low?
I'm just being a
I mean,
bitch.
It's an intelligence stat, right? So you got the two intelligent ones in a room together.
And I'm proficient in it too, so.
Okay. So, Chemic, going about the room, you don't really find much until you crawl underneath the bed. And as you're underneath there and you're looking along like the underside of the mattress, your hand sort of nudges a loose floorboard.
Oh, what do we have here? Mia,
Yes?
there's something suspicious under here.
Suspicious how?
There's something hiding under here.
Something or someone?
Can you help me move the bed?
Sure.
We're gonna move it out of the way so we can get to it easier.
And
This floorboard's loose.
And as you look at it, there are a series of floorboards, like 3 floorboards right next to one another that look like as if you were to pull them up, they would come up.
Well, let's see what's under there, shall we? I'll use my dagger to kind of pry them up a bit.
Yep. And take my claw and just Just a little bit, just to see how deep it goes.
As you pick it up, as you pull up, you can see that there's a small indentation underneath the floorboard.
It doesn't look like it goes anywhere, at least.
I half expected it to be hiding some sort of big, dirty secret, or be a peephole
Like a tunnel.
into a different room
Well,
or something.
Yeah.
If you're pulling the floorboard completely up, or are you just peeking?
It's like a fourth of the way up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll
in that
pull it up.
case, there is a small wooden box. From the damage that's been done to it, it looks like it's been down here quite some time. Extensive termite damage.
You mind if I take a look at this real quick?
Feel free. I would perhaps advise against touching it directly, though you never know.
Let me see. Give me a... Let's see if this is... Why am I looking in my inventory? That is the wrong place.
You
have
don't keep your
spell-
spells in your inventory?
Really?
Okay, that one and oh, they're both touch. Yeah. Okay, can I do like an Arcana check and see if there's any? Can I sense any like aura or anything emitting from it that could be potentially dangerous?
I think if you're trying to sense any sort of magic, you're gonna have to roll you're gonna have to use detect magic.
I don't know that spell.
Either of the wizards know how to detect magic.
I had to make choices, okay?
So did I.
It's gonna be on the to-do list. It's just I had prioritized other things.
We'll find a scroll one day, right?
Yeah. It's like a level 1 spell too, so it's like, or level 2, whatever. Either way. Fuck it. I'll just identify it.
You're using the identify spell?
Yes.
It's a box.
Okay. Now that I know it's not potentially dangerous, I'm gonna go ahead and take my fingernail and just kind of do some arcane sketching on just in the air, leaving behind this like green light, and then I'm gonna catch it with my hand and place it on top of the box and cast read object. So for 1 minute, each round the GM may give you a piece of information related to the item's ownership and handling, such as the following information: the item's name if it has one, a visual image of the last creature to handle the item, an impression of the emotional state of the creature when it was last used. If the item is a weapon or has been used as a weapon, an image of the last creature injured or killed by it, a visual image of the item's owner or crafter, and information regarding the item's historical significance, if any.
Now, this is all information or just some information I can give you?
Technically, it's information I can learn per round, up to a minute, as much as the GM is willing to give.
So how long are you sitting here
I will concentrate for the whole minute.
interrogating the termite-eaten box?
I will sit there for the whole minute.
Okay.
And see what I can get from this box.
Oh, there's read object right there. Cool.
Yeah.
So
Wow,
the last creature to handle this seems to be appears to be a human male, late 60s, very disheveled look, scraggly beard, unkept white hair. not really looking in the best sort of health, either physically or mentally. The box has no name. It's not a weapon. It's a box. It hasn't killed anyone.
Right.
You
never know.
Though the owner is what kind of catches you back a bit, because it's a goblin. So not like the goblins you're used to seeing back home. A little more alien-like. Its head a little bit bigger, its posture a little bit straighter, its body thin and gaunt, very large pointed ears, its skin almost like an off olive green.
As soon as I see that image, I immediately grab Mia and I go, do not let this box out of your sight. Give me a moment. And I'm going to rush back to my room and get my backpack.
Okay.
And bring it back. And I'm going to pull out my skull.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if it's similar to what I saw in the vision.
It is. The skull, of course, doesn't have all of the defining features, but you can definitely see this, like from the size of the cranium and everything, it would fit on that body.
Care to fill me in?
Yeah, she just has this very strange,
just have a head,
offset, like goblin skull in her hands.
Yeah, it was like touch box. Oh my god, keep an eye on this box. I'm gonna go get a head.
Touch box, get skull.
Box equals skull. Makes sense to me.
It's very goblin-esque.
Yeah. Kemek is gonna have this big smile and pick up the box and open it.
And as you pick up the box and open it, the box sort of just like falls apart. It's not really in the best state anymore. But as it does, a small, dry, black tongue sort of just rolls on out of it.
I'll pick it up. And I'm going to read object again.
Okay.
I'm on the trail. I want to know.
And you see her once again tracing those sigils and then kind of just like pressing her hand onto this almost mummified like tongue.
And I'm being very gentle with it after what happened to the box. I'm being very delicate with it.
And the visual image of the last creature to handle it is once again that disheveled human male. It's not a weapon. It has not killed anyone. And the same image once again appears of the goblin previously as the original owner. Though, give me a moment. I'm looking at your backstory here because there is a name associated with this tongue.
Pull up my note. Okay. I need to know this.
Do you remember the name of the name that was whispered to her when she found the skull?
Yes.
What was that name?
Travala.
Travala?
Yes. Sorry, no, not Travala. Mistral.
Mistral. Are you sure it's Mistral? I think it may be Travala. I think Mistral is something else.
Mistral is the forest.
Yeah, Mistral is the forest.
So Travala then.
Travala. The tongue, though, has the name of Travala's Truth.
Hemic is going to very delicately just hold it in their hand and just still has this huge grin on their face and finally looks up at Mia like, oh, you're here.
Because now she's got this like long black goblin tongue like in one hand and cradling like a misshapen goblin skull in the other.
Are you into necromancy? Is that what this is? I don't judge.
Not in the way you study, not really use.
Fair enough.
But-
So, what's happening?
This is phenomenal. I have been searching so long for the next key. For this. I'm still understanding it myself.
That tongue is a key, or the skull is a key?
Yes.
I see. Did they once belong to the same person, perhaps?
Don't know yet, but I feel like I need to track down some people. There was an old man that had this box with this tongue inside, but with how old the box was, I don't know if he's long since dead. But perhaps if I can, now that I have a face, perhaps potentially track him down, or any of his colleagues or ancestors, maybe any offspring, and get some more information. This is important.
All right. You are a very, very strange little goblin.
It's because I'm
Intriguing.
collecting parts.
Well, it kind of seems like you might be building a person. But again, I don't judge.
No, not quite. Not quite. You know anything of the word Travala?
Do I know anything of the word Travala?
You know what? Go ahead and give me a history check.
History? I'm good with
Come on,
that.
nerd.
History? Yeah, I might. That's a 21.
A 21. You've heard the name Travala a couple times in your journeys, normally whispered in hushed tones by a few strange looking goblins. You kind of just shrugged it off as maybe they were like cultists of some sort, but they were always whispering praises to a Travala.
I've heard it whispered by people of your kind before, but I never really dug into it or thought too much of it. I thought it was just a religion thing.
Where? Where did you hear this?
In my travels to
And
various
pulling-
places.
Pulling out the map because I am a navigator. I will pull up the map of Odag. Where? Point where?
I will think as hard as I can about where I may have heard it and point
The-
out on the map.
The last time you heard anything of a Travala, coincidentally enough, was on the train.
Whereabouts was the train when I heard this? Was this from a passenger on the train, somebody that was on it when it crashed, or
It
somebody
was-
that got off somewhere?
It was just a pair of goblin on the train as you were making your way back to the dining car. You passed by them shortly after the train left Hampstead.
The last time I heard it actually wasn't all that long ago. Wasn't all that long before I met you, curious enough. It was on the train between here and Hampstead.
All right. Well, that's not in a stationary location. All right. Well, it's good to know.
I mean, I assume that anywhere where you might find a concentration of your people, you might find somebody that knows the word or the name.
You would think. No.
Well, it's
No,
where
this
I've
is
heard it
lost.
most.
And how often have you heard it?
Just in passing, a couple of times. It didn't really stand out to me all that much, so it wasn't something I committed to memory.
Because it's not really a thing. It is, but it's not known. It's not something our kind speaks about. Because it is once lost.
What is it exactly? If you don't mind sharing.
Is the skull I discovered a couple years back, and to clarify the whole necromancy thing, I study bones, like being around bones, and I study them, and found this in a catacomb up in the north. Noticed it was a goblin skull, but it was not a modern day goblin skull. And my studies eventually took me to some libraries where I slowly learned about. It's hard to say if they're an old goblin race. There has been some text that they are potentially from a different dimension, perhaps. Nothing is concrete. It is why I'm trying to study it, but they are different. They are better than the goblins you see today.
You said you found it in a catacomb to the north. How far north?
Just outside of the Howling Forest, near the chasm.
I see. Well, there's a lot of curious things in that forest.
Yeah, I suppose. But it has given me purpose to track down and know more about these goblins, whether they be ancient or from somewhere else.
Does that have anything to do with why you were headed to Silverdale, was it? Is that where you're going?
No, that is for another reason, but Silverdale is a big place. I was hoping to go to the libraries and learn more, study it. It is because of that that I have grown accustomed to time magic.
I see. Well, I've heard that Silverdale does have quite a library. It's unfortunate, though, that it's so close to the church's territory.
I'm willing to risk it. You have no idea how much I want to uncover this.
I can see it in your eyes and hear it in your voice. It's quite the mystery.
I need to know more.
Catacombs, though. Do you think you could point out the exact spot on the map for me?
Why so curious?
Well, it's just that curiosity.
Well, and they'll go ahead and they'll point it. It's on the. I can actually just ping it on the map for you. That'd actually be really easy. So yeah, so just kind of like right outside the forest, close to the bleeding chasm on the western side of the forest.
Northwestern edge there.
Yeah.
And when she points that out, you're taken aback a bit, because on that side of the forest is awfully close to a very notorious jail, very notorious prison, where the unforgivable heretics are stored. And you've seen in passing in your travels the sort of people that they keep in their employ. Especially when the Inquisition is to be called. It said that
dangerous territory.
Yeah, anybody taken there is not seen or heard from again.
Very dangerous territory.
Why the catacombs are nice and cozy. Underground, deep underground. I've been to a lot of them. You'd be surprised how many catacombs there are on this continent. They're quite cozy.
You know, I might not be as surprised as you think.
Have you visited any?
I've been around, perhaps more than I've let on.
Now that is curious.
But we're not here
Celestial
to
blood.
discuss that.
No, we are here to discuss your celestial blood.
And your skull and tongue now.
Yes, well, I will need to grab some chemicals at a local store to preserve this tongue.
Always a
And
good
put
idea.
it in and put it in a jar so it doesn't fall apart or anything, and preserve it. And it's a simple concoction, just a matter of getting the materials, but I don't want this to dissolve as the box did, especially since this tongue holds more than it seems. Again, I don't quite understand it just yet, but I'm hoping my magic will help at some time, if not now, then in the future.
Well, if there's anything that I can do to help with your little mystery, I'm more than willing.
Think of anything else or happen to find anything, be most appreciative. Considering this is such rare information, extremely rare information.
I'll be sure to check under the bed of every inn room I stay in.
Well, that's just a funny image. How were
Perhaps
your
a-
rings fit?
All bound up and tight as they are, I'm sure they'll fit just fine.
Does that hurt?
It's not comfortable.
Well, I would ask why you don't just let them out, but it's pretty obvious why, considering your blood.
I have been able to pass as just a regular half-elf all this time by being as inconspicuous as I can and not getting involved in any sort of derailments. But clearly,
Why you always wear a
sometimes-
hat?
Yes, well, that's to hide the halo, I guess you could call it.
Definitely different than an ASMR, that's for sure.
Yes. My parents were ASMR.
And yet you had a genetic or ancestral mutation to make you this?
I suppose you could call it that. You understand how an ASMR is born, right? I don't know what the actual numbers are, but it's a 1 in a million type of thing.
Yes, it is not common at all.
Well, you take 2 of those 1 in a million celestial ASMRs, put them together, and 1 in a million of their offspring is what I am.
What are you? What would you classify yourself as?
Have you heard the term Valkyrie before?
Not gonna even ask to do a roll because Rojan already told us that we've never heard of that word. uh, I don't recall that race at all in any of my texts. What is a Valkyrie?
They're not very common. Well, they're not even uncommon, not even rare on the material plane, but they do happen. Obviously, I'm here.
Celestial plane, then.
Yes, a lot more common there. From what I understand, which isn't everything, but it's the information that my mother could supply me with, is that Valkyrie are the strong arm of the celestial court. When the court deems that a deed must be done, but don't want to dirty their own hands with it, they send out a Valkyrie to get the job done. And usually that Valkyrie will pay the ultimate price for doing that job, but it's what they were born to do. And so they are used by the court. It's what I am, and I have no intention of being used by anyone, so I keep it quiet.
That sounds eerily familiar. Sounds like something the church does. To an extent.
Yes, well, this church is, I don't think they're as holy as they let on. But
My
I
experience,
don't have,
they're just a bunch of assholes.
I don't have any evidence to back that up, because I steer clear if possible, so.
Yes, I've never crossed their wall.
I know what they have done, how they have interfered in my own life, and so I judge them based on that.
That seems fair.
Yes.
Well, I think going forward, I'm going to perhaps learn more about that. It's very intriguing. Thank you for sharing.
I would caution you to not be too loud with your questions about my kind. Even in the church's libraries, mention of something like that in their presence is sure to get their attention, and I wouldn't want their attention on you because of me.
Half the fun's doing the research yourself. I've been doing it for most of my life, so if I don't ask, it's not that big of a deal, but judging from what you said, I have no desire to give you away because freedom is better when you don't have a leash or commands done by your own race.
I agree. My mother has worked very hard to keep me from their gaze, and I intend to keep it that way.
You have my sympathy. I can understand.
Thank you.
Well, again, thank you for your story and indulging me in my excitement. I apologize. It's been a couple years since I've last had any information on this, so it's very exciting.
Well, I'm happy I could help, even if it was a bit accidental. And I hope that this little mystery of yours proves to be fruitful for you.
Me too. Which, before I go, if you happen to stumble upon anything time magic related, let me know. I think it will help further my studies on this. Just
Funny
as
you
I
should
will
say
keep an eye
that,
on yours.
Actually. And I'll pull one of those spools out and toss it over to them. Now, I didn't take the time to fully investigate these, because, you know, that whole pulse thing just felt like a bad idea not to say that it was a bad idea for you to use your magic here. I was just a little more cautious.
3 times.
3 times, yes, you did. I felt it every time.
Yep.
But I did determine that these spools seem to be a conduit of some kind for divination and some sort of time-based magic. So perhaps one of these can be of use to you.
Is it all right if I take it? I know you.
I mean,
Yeah,
it did
well, I
come
don't
from
know
your
their
head,
plans.
so
Oh, well, that's fair. I didn't know if you had anything planned for it, but I would like to at least study it, if nothing else.
I'm sure I can come up with some interesting uses in the future, but there's 5 of them, so you're more than welcome to one.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. And just out of curiosity, your friend, Nalani, does she know all the details about this quest of yours?
Not in full, because I don't have much, but she is aware I'm looking for something connected to this skull, but I don't show it to her often. It makes her uncomfortable.
And can I count on her to be quiet about the whole, wings and halo thing?
Honestly, I don't think she'll care too much, and it might make her more cautious because she's a little twitchy when it comes to magic, but
I have noticed a few side eyes every now and then. Had me a little nervous more than once.
no, you should have seen how we first met.
I'm sure it was
Took
an
some
interesting
time.
sight.
It was. But I'm not saying that she accepts what I do. She probably doesn't approve of it, but we've come to an understanding and a partnership of sorts.
She seems to tolerate it, and sometimes that's enough.
That is a good word for it, yes. But don't push her buttons. And I try to be courteous and do it behind closed doors if possible. So while she's out and about, I'm going to take this opportunity to go into my room and deal with this.
All right. Well, I think I'm just going to stay here for the rest of the night. So, again, if you need anything, just knock on my door.
So with that, let's go ahead and take our first break for the night so we can get up, stretch our legs, fresh our drinks. And when we come back, we'll find out what Nolani's going to do over at the guild hall while everyone is pampering themselves in baths and finding skulls underneath their bed. Or tongues underneath their bed, even better.
Tongues. I already had the skull.
Yeah, can I get a different room?
I will
Excuse
trade
me.
with you.
I
Excuse
found
me,
a tongue
totally
in my
trade with
room.
you.
Can I
excuse
get
me,
a
in
different
case there
one?
was a tongue under my bed.
I'll trade
I'd
rooms
like
with
to-
you in a heartbeat.
I'd like a discount. There was a tongue under my bed.
All right. So we're going to step away for just a moment, everyone. We will be right back. Alrighty, we are back.
That is the bane of picking your spells based on your experience as a character.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I'll pick it up in the future or find a book of that spell. Right
Only
now, priorities.
fireball.
Fireball.
I got that.
Fireball.
I have that.
and
I
variations
also
of fireball.
Fireball,
Variation,
directed
I have
fireball,
variation.
single target fireball, bouncing fireball, time fireball.
I take most minute meteors over fireball. Fireball is secondary for me. I've shied away from the I didn't ask how big the room was. I said I cast fireball. Yeah, like if you want to loot the room after you cast the fireball, that's not gonna happen. I could detonate a bunch of fucking minute meteors in a room and lay waste to motherfuckers.
Look at it this way. Look at this way. Fireball gets rid of all the mundane bullshit. The magic shit survives, so you know that stuff is good.
See,
Yep.
that's what was nice about Kyo, because she had a disposition of, I'm gonna burn you, I'm gonna burn your house, I'm gonna burn your belongings, and you know what? I'm gonna burn your neighbor too.
Yeah, and you did that to Ash's summer home. You
Yep.
did that.
Burn your neighbor too. That's awesome.
Burn your
Yeah.
neighbor too.
Just for having
Yeah,
the
you did that
audacity
to
to
Ash.
exist in your general vicinity.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your existence has doomed them.
So, while people are taking baths and finding tongues underneath beds,
Yeah.
Nalani, you make your way towards the Hunters Guild. I assume with a purpose.
Yeah, a couple of them. I'll find my way to the den mother.
Okay.
Um,
You sort of just let yourself into yourself into her office, and she
no one
kind of
stops
just
me.
looks up at you and just continues writing down in a logbook.
I'll wait for her to finish. She's not so rude as she's going to interrupt what she's doing.
Is there something you need, Nalani?
There is. Guess first we'll start with the harder of the two things. And she's gonna pull the trident that she picked up off of her back. And she's going to lay it down on the dead mother's desk. This seemed to have. We came across a caster of some sort while we're out there. He's no more, but his weapon had unusual properties to it. It would disappear and reappear. And his markings indicate the Snow Mother was his patron.
Oh.
Unfortunately, I have been approached by others of her group seeking this to form a pact. And I would like to keep it out of their hands. So I
Little,
think you have the best help.
Worshippers of Little Snowflake are down. It's a little early. Normally they wait until the second snow to start spreading their propaganda.
Seems like they want to get a head start this year.
They're normally more of an annoyance than anything. One attacking you must have been desperate.
I mean, they had the gall to enter a hag's force to try to obtain this.
The follower?
Mm-hmm. Well, the prospective follower, from my understanding, they haven't been accepted. At least that's what they were claiming.
And this, I would assume, is something that they need to gain favor with the Snow Mother.
Apparently they need to return it.
I mean, I personally don't have too much of a dislike of the Snow Mother. Some of her followers are a bit over the top, but you know, dealing with the church on a daily basis, that's just normal for me.
Where I'm from, they're hunted for sport.
Yes,
I'd rather not see another hunted.
I have gathered that information from a couple, Goliath and Arden and the blacksmith. But, well, if you wish to turn it in, take it down to the quartermaster. She will present you with the normal finder's fee for items of magical import, I guess you could say.
The second one is I had a request. I heard you have a hot spring here for your members.
We do.
Fortunately, I find the tubs at the inn a little tight.
Yeah, they are a bit small, aren't they?
Yeah. I was wondering if you would make an exception. Don't belong to a guild, but I am a hunter.
Look, you save those kids. As far as I'm concerned, the facilities here at the hall are open to you.
Much appreciated. So I will head down to the quartermaster to turn in the trident, relaying the same message that people are trying to get a hold of it.
Yes, they would. Well, if they wish to get a hold of it, they can pay the price, or if they're daring enough, try to steal it.
I would like to witness that. I imagine it's quite entertaining.
Well, I will say that nobody has made it past my traps yet.
Get on them.
But let's see what we've got here. Just the tridents, nothing else.
It's the only thing I found on them.
Well, she kind of takes the trident, she puts it behind the cage, and slips like a tag on it with a red X. She reaches under the table and opens. You can hear a small chest opening and a clanking of coin. There's a small sack is placed in front of you. 1,200 gold. Going rate for found items. Such
Much appreciated.
imports.
Well, I will be off. Good luck with that one.
Well, like I said, if they wish to have it, they can pay the price, or again, try to find another way to obtain it. But as long as it's behind this cage, I just hope they have the coin, because cleaning up after the traps is never fun.
Must be some impressive traps.
Let's just say the first 2 rows are a splash zone.
Maybe one day I'll get to witness them in process. The good side of them.
Okay. Knoll traps, you expect them to be subtle?
No. And then I'm more head off and hit the hot springs.
Okay.
I need
And
a
the hot
soak.
springs is huge. It's like it takes up probably the back quarter of the hall itself, and it's open air, and it's just you just see various hunters and everything just relaxing in the water.
She will join them for a soak. And when she's done with all that, she actually will meander back to the quartermaster. She's looking for a shovel, just a mundane shovel.
Just a shovel?
Mm-hmm.
Just walks over and grabs one of the various shovels that are on the wall and kind of just sets it down. Copper.
And she'll pay her the copper and she's going to try and find a place that looks fairly inconspicuous behind the Hunter's Hall building.
Okay.
She's going to dig a hole just as far as she can get.
Okay.
Return all the dirt to the hole.
All the dirt?
All the wherever she digs out, the snow, the dirt, wherever how far she gets down.
So pretty much you just dug a hole and then
Filled
it
it.
up. Okay.
Yep. Before heading back to the inn.
Okay. And I'll say that you dig for a bit. You probably dig for probably about an hour and a half. And then are you filling it in to be inconspicuous, or do you want to make it look like something was there?
Somewhat inconspicuous.
Okay.
Like there's an attempt to be inconspicuous and it wasn't fully successful. That's what she's going for.
Gotcha. Like somebody started to take time and then just got bored and just threw the rest of it on top.
Yeah.
Okay. But afterwards, you return to the inn.
Yep.
1,200 gold richer with a brand new shovel.
And when I make it up to the room, assuming I find Kimmick in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're there with like some silver thread.
She'll drop half the gold, split the gold in half, and give her 600.
Is this from the trident?
It is. Though I appreciate it if you don't plan on informing Mirage of what I did with it.
I wasn't even going to ask. I already knew your intentions.
I made no promise to tell her. She assumed I would. It's her fault.
Well, I have some news.
Mm-hmm.
This is involved with time magic. So I'm studying this.
Okay.
I know you have an alchemist kit. You wouldn't happen to have any formaldehyde, would you?
Let me double check. I happen to have formaldehyde in my alchemist kit.
Roll me percentiles.
It's like basic bitch stuff. If she doesn't, it's like the easiest thing I could shop for the next day.
55?
55. You have about a half a bottle worth of formaldehyde.
Yeah. But like, I'm guessing I don't want to ask why you want this.
I really want to tell you because I'm very excited, but I know how you feel about my profession. My other profession. When we first met, profession.
Is this another body part?
Maybe.
You know,
No.
you're really just
Maybe.
asking for trouble by carrying it around, right?
No.
No.
Although if I keep going at this rate, I'm not going to be able to fit everything in my bag. So we need to find something to carry more. But for now, it's small enough. It will work. And I'll go ahead and I'll turn my back to Nalani so I don't have to show her what I'm doing. And I'll go ahead and I'll get my little jar out and fill it up with the formaldehyde and very gently drop the tongue in there and screw it on tight and make sure that it's just floating in there so it's all nice and preserved, because this is what you do to brains.
Can you give me
Knowing
a
that-
wisdom check?
Wisdom?
Yeah,
Yep.
because you've been in possession for this tongue for a little bit.
Oh, okay. So just a wisdom check. Oh, that's not very good. That is, what is my wisdom? That's an 8.
8.
Yeah.
As soon as you close the top of that bottle, to preserve the tongue and the formaldehyde, you could see that it changes from like this dark black to this soft reddish color, almost as if like life has like been returned to it. And you begin to hear whispers in your head, but everything seems to be backwards and distorted.
And I kind of do that thing where I just bring the jar really close to my face and I'm just like studying it.
And
It's like,
the closer you bring it, the louder those whispers get.
they're scientists. They're going to have fun with this a little bit. They're going to go ahead and go,
And as you pull it away, you could still hear the whispers, but they're a little more faint.
huh? Yeah, it should be for spoken as well, I would think. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and stare and concentrate on this tongue, and I'm just going to do comprehend languages and pull it up to my ear.
Okay. I'll say right now, you don't have to do comprehend languages.
Oh, okay.
It's goblin-esque. It's
Oh.
just all the words seem to be backwards.
I'm going to go ahead and have it up to my ear and just start writing it down in one of my journals
Okay.
to kind of decipher later.
Alrighty.
So like I'm just like listening and writing the whole time.
Goblin piglet, yeah.
I potentially know that. Okay, and then really quick, just so I don't have to take too much time, I'll go ahead and I will start casting Identify on this thread.
Okay.
There's
And
no shame when it comes to knowledge.
when you cast Identify on the thread, it does have quite a bit of magical properties to it.
Figured.
You definitely feel a combination of, like, as Mia said, divination and time magic. As this thread has the capability of recording past events from any living being whose ear it enters into.
Do I know with the Identify that it's not within the thread? I have to have like a person and a tome.
You need
to make it work?
Yeah, you need to have a person, you need to have a tome, you need to have the thread, and then you need to have a specific quill from whose feather is from a specific type of vulture.
Do I know the vulture?
You do not.
What kind of vulture?
The vulture that
We go vulture hunting.
you know of the vulture, but it seems to be a vulture that resides in the deserts far south from here.
Fuck. I'm visiting magical shops. Okay. Making a note of that in the journal. It's like vulture from the south. Fuck. Okay, research. Okay.
Is that what vultures say instead of bok, bok, bok? They say fuck, fuck, fuck?
They're
Mhm.
fuck. Yep. So yeah. So that's what they're doing.
Okay.
At some point, we have to go get dinner, lunch, whatever
Yeah.
you want to call it.
Because by the time that everybody finishes their baths and does what they do when they first got to town, it's only about 1 p.m.
Right, that whole eating thing. Yeah, I suppose we should before I get too far into this. Otherwise, I'll just ignore it.
And there's a bit of a knock on each of your doors.
I'll get
Get
it.
it? No. Okay.
It's like we just look at each other like, you, me, you, me.
Is this like we're dressed and done with our bath, or
Yeah,
like
this
we're
is like
baths
this is
are
like
interrupted?
no, this is like after your baths and everything, and you're just sort of relaxing in your room. So there's just a soft knock on your door.
Yuriko's gonna go up to her door with one of her chakrams in her hand and ask who it is.
And there's no answer, but you can hear the sound of footfalls on the other side, as if like somebody's walking away from the door.
She's gonna crack it open and see who it was.
And as you
Or
look
if
at
they left anything.
as you look out, you can see that there are just 6 children walking down the hallway back towards the stairway, and in front of your door and in front of the doors of each of your companions, there's a small letter, a small envelope with the crest of the Hunters Guild on it.
She'll take it into her
No,
room.
not creepy at all.
I mean, it's from the Hunters Guild. I mean, she'll plop on a chair and she'll take her chakram and pop the seal off.
Yep. You pop the seal off. There's just a small handwritten letter on the inside, inviting each of you to the Bare Knuckle and Brew tonight for a special guild-only occasion.
Interesting gimmick.
Well, we have to go claim our reward, so
Who's this signed by?
suppose.
Then Mother.
I'm not getting dressed up though.
Get dressed up for hunters things.
I don't know if it's a fancy banquet.
Yeah.
I literally don't own anything else.
You've seen my wardrobe.
Yep. You kind of get the feeling that Den Mother and them aren't really the ones to do fancy galas or anything like that.
Thank God. All right. Well, like I said, we need our reward, so I'm all right with it.
Food first.
Yes. Let's go downstairs.
So for the afternoon, is anybody planning on doing anything, or are you just relaxing?
I'm heading to the guild.
All right, you're gonna go to the guild. The Nalani and Kemek are getting lunch.
Yes.
Okay.
Good question. I mean, we've been living on questionable food for a couple days, so yeah, real food would be nice.
I don't know what you're talking about. Kunko's been eating bugs every day. He's happy.
Kunkaval's been eating like a king out on the road.
Kunkabo's been sucking down those face spider legs like they're going out of style.
Listen.
Nom, 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 nom.
Fake crab is not food.
I'm pretty sure Kunkavo
I
would
beg
disagree
to
with you
differ.
there. Like pretty sure he's like rawr, 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 rawr.
No.
I'll be headed out to just go wander the town a bit, but if I see everybody else or a good portion of everyone else getting ready to go get lunch or something, I'll join them.
Okay. Yeah, it's pretty obvious when you head down that a couple of them are headed to. I would take it you're headed to Firelight Facade.
Yeah. That's the place Yes, I think
That's the place you tried to ditch Kunkaval by.
Yep.
Yeah.
He didn't try to ditch me. He graciously fed me.
He gave you a $5 bill and left you at the corner store.
Look how that turned out.
You're now best friends. Okay, that's never a good thing. I'm just shuffling the deck of many things in my hand. I look at the top card and it's the void card.
Oh.
Yep.
No.
Stop it, sir.
I think I would actually like to change slightly what I I'm gonna go out and go to the other store and see if they have a sewing kit and any fabrics.
Are you talking about Ramshackle Tackle Box?
Yeah.
That's
Ramshackle Bait and Tackle?
Yeah, Ramshackle Bait and Tackle. Yeah, that's the knickknack store.
Yeah, see if they've got a sewing kit and any materials.
Okay. You're going for a bit of shopping. 4 of you are gonna get some food together, and Yuriko is going to head over to the guild. Okay. So Yuriko. Easy enough.
Yes, sir.
You find you find yourself back into the back inside the Mad Dog's den. A couple of the hunters giving you nods of notice and respect as you come on in. Den Mother is off off to one of the sides of the main room, talking to another hunter, another half orc. So this one seems to be slightly on the larger side and skin more looking that of a cracked ice sheath than flesh.
She's gonna approach the den mother and hold out the invitation she got, by the creepy kids. Mandatory.
No, not mandatory. Just thought, after a long, hard journey, you would like hot meal, nice drinks, little fight.
But this bar was only known for the fighting, not the other stuff.
That's when it's open to the public. But when it's a guild event, they break out the good stuff. Crabjaw may not be much of a fighter anymore. Don't tell him I said that. But he is an excellent bartender and a wonderful cook.
I was hoping to challenge him.
You can challenge him if you want. I mean, he won't turn you down.
You can't see how far you've progressed in your training unless you take a couple knocks to the head here and there.
This is true. That's normally our sense of it. Why are you blocking? Just power through it.
You can block if you need to. You shouldn't take all the hits, just the ones that give you the upper hand.
But when we fight, we always have the upper hand. She kind of just flashes a very coy grin to you.
Interesting. Well, hopefully I can do what I need to become a member and have that same level of confidence.
Maybe. You and your companions did show promise doing what you did.
Say companions.
They're your companions, kid.
Forced acquaintances.
Yeah. You went beyond forced acquaintances when you did what you did out there with the hag and the children and everything. Forced acquaintances don't look out for one another.
Well, I wanted to save the children regardless. Who in their right mind would want to leave children to the machinations of a hag? You know what they do with them, right?
People that we don't want in our guild. But like I said, you and yours show promise. Be nice to have some fresh blood in the establishment.
Well, I hope you have something for me to do to earn your favor and expedite that process.
Well, show up to our little get together tonight and that will speak bounds about you. It won't be a boring either.
There wouldn't happen to be an artificer in town, would there?
Not at the moment, though. James tends to stop by every now and then. Once the trains get up and running, I would expect to see him again.
I'll have to see if I can find him when he returns. Does he have any distinguishing features?
Well,
I mean, aside from the grime and oil that most
I will
officers
say
don't
for a human and the bookish type, the man is quite attractive. In this town, he will stand out. I will say that.
very few scars.
Very few scars. Dressed to the tens at all points in time. So, a master when it comes to his craft.
Well, hopefully he can help me out.
Talk to the man. isn't the shy type either.
Well, that's good to know. See you later tonight then.
I look forward to it.
And is there anything other than pretty much punching people in the face or getting drunk to do in this town?
Well, it depends on what it is you're looking for. We tend not to get drunk during the day, and punching people in the face only when it necessarily calls for it. But there are...
I just want to relax and place quiet. I don't have to worry about a rabble. I've kind of had enough distractions for the time being. I'd like to relax before the festivities.
There is a place known to friends and associates here known as the Cove. Go outside over by Ramshackle. There's a small basement. Little double door basement entryway. Just go down there. Knock on the door 3 times. Tell them the Den Mother sent you. They'll take care of you. Don't worry, it's nothing dangerous or anything like. It's just a small, quiet hookah lounge.
Oh. Well then, I will definitely partake in that. I'll thank you again, and I'll see you later. She's gonna go looking for this Cove establishment.
And following Den Mother's instructions, you find it. The basement itself is actually attached to the building next to Ramshackle Tackle Box. Just a large stone foundation, double iron doors. Looks like it could also be used for like sort of like a storm shelter if need be.
So she's in her mind, she's like, this has to be it. It's the only thing that even looks like the description. So she's gonna knock on the door 3 times, like, you know.
Yep. And as you do, the door kind of the iron doors open up. And you're met face to face with a high elven gentleman, missing one eye, and the other eye is just this off milky yellow. Help you?
The Den Mother sent me. She said I can relax here without much disturbance.
And he kind of stares at you for a moment with that milky yellow eye, and you can almost feel as if like he's peering inside of you. And your story checks out. Come on in.
Okay. I have no magical inkling, so I can't determine. Actually, no, I do now. Actually, no, because I'm not gonna med it, because I don't have access to it.
You don't have access to it yet because you haven't completed the task. You have the level, you don't have the specialty.
Yep. All right. So then she's just gonna walk on in.
Okay. And as you walk in, he shuts the door, and the entire basement is just this wide open lounge with private like sheet covered rooms for people to sit in if they want some alone time, or there's one large public hookah in the center. Just soft relaxing music emanating from the room, and this soft blue light that fills the area, seemingly pulsing from a couple gems.
She'll sit in the public area.
Huh?
Just because, she doesn't want to sit in like a curtained room by herself. That just seems weird to her. It's like, so yeah, she'll sit. Like, is it all like the same thing, or is it like, is there like is there a menu? Is there a flavor menu?
Yeah, there's like a flavor menu that is provided to you as you sit down, along with a cup of very clear looking water.
She is going to ask for a puck of anything that is very floral or very fruity.
We have just the thing. They They're only gone for a few moments, and they come and they set the hookah up for you. This is the Fae's Kiss. Very relaxing.
She starts thinking about the phase spider when they say the phase kiss. She's like,
No. See, there's a difference between the phase spider, which is it's phasing in and out of reality, and then the phase kiss, which is like the Fae.
Oh, the phase kiss.
Yeah, the phase kiss. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, cool. I because I'm just like I'm like trying to understand, like, you know.
Just all of a sudden, the picture of Kunkaval crunching on those legs again.
I mean, you know, it tried to eat him. So I mean, you know, yeah, she's just gonna chill, and she's just gonna smoke hookah.
Okay.
And I'm presuming like there's no windows, so she'll ask, you know, whoever the server is to, you know, let her know like an hours before whatever time she has to be there is, so she has time to, you know, walk over.
Okay. You're like asking for like just pretty much like a wake up call if like you fall asleep from relaxation.
Oh yeah, like just, you know, like, I mean, even though the exhaustion is gone, you know, it was magically removed. Like she was basically, you know, chugging around with 2 exhaustion points for a long time. So even if the physical strain is gone, she's still mentally, you know, not liking the fact that, you know, she was down and out like that for that long.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Chemic. Not Chemic, sorry. Kunkaval.
Yeah, okay. I was like, oh god, what now?
Yes.
You flap down to the tackle box. The door slightly ajar as you come up to it. You can hear Stitch on the other side in a very, what sounds like almost heated argument. Oscar, I told you I did not eat your lunch. I ate my lunch. It had my name on it. Yours has your name on it. I don't know how you can switch up our names like that. No, I did not. I did not eat the tuna fish. I had the ham sandwich. You had the tuna fish on rye. Now that is just rude, Oscar. No, Fine, walk away. Kind of just hear him like sigh and just like the sound of a chair kind of creaking as he falls back into it.
I will wait a moment. I'll walk through the door very obviously.
Oh, hello, little friend. Did that statue you bought ever reach you?
Yes.
Good.
Still don't know what it's supposed to be.
It's art. Sometimes it takes a while to figure out what the meaning behind it is.
Very good likeness. Good craftsmanship.
So what can I do for you today? Don't mind Oscar, he's a bit moody at the moment. Someone ate his lunch and he's blaming me.
Let's see here. I don't think I have any like animal stuff. Not really. No. Okay. Kunko will try to go up and pat the cat if it'll let him.
Mm-hmm. It's an orange cat, so of course it's gonna let you pet it. It just kind of like
Little-
leans in your head and purrs a little bit.
Give it behind the ear scritches. And then turn to the shopkeep. I need sewing kits.
Sewing kit.
Material.
Well, you've come to the right place. If I may ask, what are you looking to create? You looking for clothing or more of a decorative style of sewing?
Add stuffed animals from other shop. Other shop not trustworthy. Make my own stuffed animals.
I have just the thing for you. Now, are you proficient with this? Are you somebody who knows their way around a sewing kit, or is this your first time stepping into this sort of hobby?
First time.
First time. Perfect. Let's see. He walks a little back towards the back right of the shop, and you see him pull off a small kit, and he walks over to an adjacent bookshelf and begins tracing his finger around. He's like, "Oh, there it is," and takes the book as well. He walks back to the front, sets it down on the counter. And then the material, stuffed animals. Perfect. He goes downstairs for a moment. You hear him fidgeting with something. He comes back up. It's just another small box with a few layers of cloth, and then the just this white floof used for stuffing. This should be perfect to get you started into your journey into craftsmanship. I included a book of first time finger pricks for you, as it is a great learning experience for anybody looking to get into sewing of any means.
Rojan, you should sell your services on Fiverr for providing names of just random shit.
Random shit.
I need a name for my book. It's about this. Oh, it's about sewing. First time finger pricks.
Instant Amazon bestseller.
I'm sorry, how much did you say it was?
I didn't.
Oh, okay.
He's altogether, let's call it 5 silver.
You keep giving me these silver amounts. Oh yeah, no, he's got silver change now. Pop down 5 silver. Thank you. We'll show you when done.
I look forward to it, my friend. And then you hear him, it's like, "See, I told you I didn't eat it." And you like look over, and the cat is kind of like sitting there holding a small sandwich, just like staring at you. He just like brings it up to his mouth and he bites into it and slowly chews.
Wait, the cat is holding the sandwich?
The cat is holding the sandwich.
Krimko has no problem with this.
I'm glad I'm not there to see that, to scare the fuck out of me.
So yeah, pat, pat, scritch, scritch, flap, flap.
Pat, pat, scritch, scritch, flap, flap. Okay. You.
If I see everybody,
Did the cameras freeze again?
Not to us.
Looks like it on the stream. Yeah.
No, it does on the stream, yeah. Oh no.
Oh man.
Give me a second.
No.
Zoom, why do you have to be like this right now? We're trying to have a nice, peaceful game of D&D here, and you have to keep freezing. There's the Zoom call. Cameras are coming back up.
having their lunch, I'll
There we go.
join them. If not, I'll just go back to my room and start trying to sew.
Okay. So those of you who are coming or who have gone down for lunch, you head on outside and a little bit around the corner to Firelight Facade. Though the Green Dragonborn, who's normally there to greet you with a very bright smile, isn't there today. Instead, there is a rather large and bulky blue dragon, probably standing a good 1.5 feet taller than the Green Dragonborn. Very broad shoulders. You can see the like defined muscles in his arms, though he's got a bit of a belly. Kind of got like the professional strongman build going on. Dressed in just a white shirt with like rolled up sleeves, black slacks, and a cooking apron. Kind of gives you a very polite smile as you walk in. Oh, so you must be the ones who keep ordering such extravagant meals. I have to thank you for that. Normally people are only asking for soup and sandwiches and stuff, but you've been keeping me on my toes.
Gotta get good meals while we can.
Yes. I mean, Kimesh is rather happy due to the money it's putting on our table this time of year, but I'm always happy to cook when I can. So I would assume this isn't a social call.
No?
I'm hungry.
Well, if you're hungry, you're right in the right place. Please grab a seat. Can I get any of you anything to drink to start off? Or do we want to just dig right into like the main course?
I'm ready for main course. I don't know about everyone else.
I am too.
I could eat.
Unless anyone has dietary restrictions, she'll drop a gold in front of them and be like, just surprise us.
Does anyone have dietary restrictions?
Am I there at this moment, or
Yeah, I have a feeling
not
at this
there?
point in time, you kind of just hear Kunkval flapping behind him,
And bugs.
and he kind of just sits up in a chair.
And bugs.
You have ribs of some sort?
Oh, do I have ribs of some sort? I take it all of you here like meat of various fashion.
I point at Kunkval, who's probably flapping up in this general direction.
And the bugs.
Does not eat meat.
So I've got something special for him today.
It's a mixed bug pate, isn't it?
No.
With the bug and fruit smoothie, he'll lose his mind.
So nobody has any objections against meat here.
No, but some
No.
vegetables along with.
Oh,
would
of
be
course.
nice.
You got to have a balanced meal. I mean, you don't just
course.
eat meat.
Well,
Well-
I suppose some do. But
What's that one,
not us.
Lottie?
Needs vegetables. If the gold doesn't cover, just let me know.
Oh, gold is more than enough. If you need anything, my name is Yaldral. Most people here,
Y'all draw a map back here.
most people just call me Mjall. But give me a few moments. Oh, drinks, of course. Can't eat food without drink. Anything special that you want?
I'm not picky.
No.
Something berry?
Berry. Okay, I can do that.
Cows.
What'd you say?
Yows.
Juice?
Juice, I got that.
I speak taller.
I
Close, close.
don't suppose I could get a tall glass of goat's milk with a bit of honey and ice if you've got it.
I most certainly do have that. I raise my own goats.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
I will be right out with your drinks, and I'll start making the food.
Appreciate it.
He comes back probably about 10 minutes later with your drinks. Has a very large berry juice for Kunkaval. Mia, you do have the goat's milk with the honey, and he's provided like a small bowl of honey as well, just in case you want to add a little more. Kunkaval, he brings you this this juice mixture, but the straw has like an impaled centipede on it. And he sets that down in front of you. And he looks over to Nolani and Kamek, and he sets down a couple beverages. Some of them have like a bit of steam coming off of them, just like they smell like, you know, hot ciders. Then there's a berry juice, and then there's something that smells like ale. I didn't really know what to get you, so I just shot in the dark.
The cider smells delicious.
Thank you.
Happy to be of assistance. He just kind of glides back towards the kitchen.
Very interesting fellow.
Very.
A lot of interesting fellows around here.
I mean, you're not wrong. I assume you all got the same invitation we found outside our door?
Sure did.
Playing on
As
attending?
your claw holds up a letter. This?
Yes.
Still undecided.
It's bound to be a good time.
I'm sure it will be, but
Our reward.
I do really want that, yes, but
Would be rude to refuse.
it would, but I also don't like being, well, the subject of attention, and it sounds like we might be at this gathering.
Can understand that. But it doesn't sound like they're going to be scrutinizing us too hard.
It's true, and
It's
I
hard to
suppose
say.
it's not like they're going to be holding us there, so we could just get up and leave at any point.
It's not like our every move will be monitored.
Well, you say that, but some days it feels like our every move is monitored.
Well, at least you know someone you can hide behind if you need to. I'm sure you
That's
can disappear
true.
behind me.
I'm sure I can. Speaking of, I don't suppose I could enlist your help later to move the bed in my room.
Sure.
Oh, sorry.
It's fine.
Oh yeah, you didn't move the bed back, did you?
No.
We're looked down at Kimmick. Do I want to know?
We found something under the bed. You don't want to know.
Okay.
I forgot to move it back in my excitement.
That's rude.
I'm apologizing. I'm just saying. I'm sorry.
Fine. It
Yes.
slipped my mind in the excitement as well, so.
Speaking of rudeness, I guess I should apologize for my aggressiveness in the forest. particularly towards you, Maya.
That is quite all right. There was no hostilities exchanged, and we're all sitting here together having a meal, so it didn't end poorly. That's all that matters.
It didn't. As Kimek likes to remind me, I am quick to violence, though. So
You really are.
I'm glad it didn't come to that.
As am I. And I
As
hope
am I, because I can't stop you.
Not when I
hope-
set my mind to it.
that I didn't alarm anyone with the tricks that I used while we were out there.
Not at all.
Those tricks
What's
tend
the-
to do weird things, so
Brings me to a point of, what will you all do now?
Well, this was originally my last stop. I was going to be heading home after doing my shopping here. But I feel like that might be a bad idea right now. After everything we did, we might have some eyes on us. They might be harmless eyes, but they may still be on us, and I don't particularly wish to lead them to my home.
That is true.
we were offered the job to look into the train wreckage. There's always that.
Still
bide your
need to
time.
find shipment.
That's right.
Was
You were
supposed to be guarding, and
Guarding
shipment
something.
now gone.
Oh, yes. Why were you guarding the shipment?
That was my question as well.
Was paid to.
You're just a guard.
Work for guilds. Work for trade guilds.
Freelancing.
Jewel crafter by trade. Do guard work to earn extra.
That's interesting combination. What do you usually make?
I pull one of the 1 gold piece gems out of my pouch and set it on the table. Carve these. And it's faceted very basically. Still learning.
Very pretty.
It's quite a skill.
But still need to find shipment.
Will you get in trouble otherwise?
Train wreck, not my fault, but still probably should find it.
No?
Do you know what was in this shipment? Was it perhaps the target of these highwaymen or whatever they were?
It's a very good question, Roger.
Yes, it is a very good question. The shipment that you were seeing on your way to Silverdale was a custom-made statue made for one of the newly inducted brothers of the church. Somebody it was promoted into a sort of position of power in Silverdale.
Should most likely find shipment. Was of value. Custom order.
Cat.
Was it in the same area that was destroyed?
Considering we didn't get back to that area, Do not think any of the other guards survived.
Ah. Well, we plan on going to Silverdale.
That's
Unless we want to
where
fish.
shipment was supposed to be going.
Unless we want to fish, earning some coin by investigating the wreckage. We're offered that contract.
You do all know also that the trains have temporarily been halted between Mad Town and Snowmelt until the wreckage one is cleared and properly investigated.
And I don't think we're leaving until they're through with the investigation. So we might as well help in order to further it along.
Long lost lore, thank you for that raid.
Yes, if there's no trains running to the north, then I'd rather not attempt that journey on foot, so it looks like I'm stuck here for the time being.
It's definitely not the most pleasant this time of year.
It's really not.
Cool.
That's the unfortunate part.
Might be able to earn favor with. That was for the church, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a specific church order.
Might be able to earn some favor with church and with crafting guilds by helping to retrieve shipment.
So it was a custom order for the church then? Yeah.
For newly promoted person.
Well, it probably serves them right then, let's be honest.
Yeah.
More interested in favor with the crafting guilds than church, honestly.
That might be useful.
Indeed. You're quite talented. Well, like I said, we're heading that way. We could assist.
Yes, and I can't go home, so I might as well stick with you lot until I can. Seem like a capable bunch.
What about you, Kunkabal? Where are you heading?
Can't go home. Train not moving. So, stuck with you.
Well, that's unfortunate. The train part's not stuck with us. Sorry. Clarify.
I was gonna say, damn.
Are you sure you didn't need to think that, Kemek, not say it?
Brain to mouth
Right.
connection.
Right. Well,
We did survive.
did.
We might have a pissed off hag after us, though.
As a Claude just kind of shrugs. Could be worse.
True. We
Could be two
dolls.
hags.
That's
Could
never happened in one of
also
Rose's
be-
campaigns.
Hex
Could
not
also
known
be much,
for
much better.
Hex not known for large amounts of friends.
Well, that depends on which one you talk to, I suppose.
There's more than one kind. No, don't answer that. No. Don't answer that.
I will not.
Is there more
Not
than
answer
one
that.
kind? Whose campaign are you in now?
I'm just
Fuck.
saying that I think there's still a possibility, should we ever encounter this particular one again, a conversation could solve some of the differences between us.
No
Wanted
more
me
ripping
for
dresses,
pet.
though.
Yes, she did want you for a pet, and she did want to unravel our brains. but
Yeah.
it could have just been a misunderstanding.
Really?
You did tear
You
dress.
really think so?
I'm hopeful.
The
Tore
last time,
dress and hurt daughter?
I
that-
think that was the dream.
Yeah, that was the dream.
I'm not really sure what's real anymore,
Daughter.
which I think is a telltale sign of dealing with a hag.
Last time
Because-
we attempted to converse with a hag, it ended up with us in cages. I prefer not to try again.
Oh, you
But-
you all dealt with a hag, huh? 'Cause he comes back and he starts putting just this large spread of food onto the table in front of you, and you've got like a small pig that's been like surrounded with like these freshly grilled vegetables. There are meat skewers that are placed on the table as well. Very hearty looking soup that looks to be a potato chowder.
Yes.
And then Kunkaval, he puts in front of you these very vibrant, large millipedes, skewered, roasted, and then salted, and like these various herbs.
At no expense.
I mean, this sounds pretty to me.
Still think should burn Hag's house to ground.
Mm,
You're not wrong.
that would be
Would solve
satisfactory.
problem.
Sorry for interrupting, but what hag did you run into?
Points in
Why
the
do you want to
general
know?
direction of the forest.
And I'm going to study him while they're answering.
Pointing really doesn't help. There are quite a few hags out that way.
Mother of puppets.
Mother of
Sinnoh, I
puppets.
believe her name was.
Oh, Sinnoh. Yeah, not really well liked around here.
You don't say.
Don't say.
Wonder why.
I do say.
Still burn house to
Thanks.
ground. Option.
You know, that is a good idea. Her and all those creepy dolls.
Dolls can burn too.
Yes.
Next time we find ourselves there, we can burn it.
You find any of those dolls, you burn one for me.
Why?
We'll burn all the dolls.
What beef do you have?
Let's just say before the old ball and chain and I opened this restaurant, I was a hunter. And I came across Sinnoh. And well, let's just say I spent some time in a doll's body. Don't want to do that.
Mm,
Ah,
couldn't have been pleasant.
You've been there.
Been there, done that, don't want to do it again.
Sure, you'll be happy to know we eliminated 3 dolls.
No, that's good. So
I want an insight checkup.
go right ahead.
Let's see here.
I haven't rolled any dice today. I need to do something.
HB Fox knows why I don't insight check.
Is this dollception?
So that's why I don't insight check. out
Oh, I swear to
perceive.
God, Fox. I swear to God.
there. I'm gonna
Wait,
have to
play on
ask
the behemoth?
all of you to send those dice back to me so I can use them.
Not 20 for 24.
As long as you don't use them
You
against
don't-
us.
You don't detect any sort of dishonesty in this gentleman whatsoever.
Not gonna lie, I was more fishing of like, is he a doll still? Because of what we were told.
Because of what
But
you were
alright.
told, no.
Yeah.
He's being 100%
So, like-
honest.
Okay, so Chemic will like narrow their eyes for a moment and then go, all right, you're not bullshitting us. All right.
I don't suppose during your encounter with her you woke up in a cage with a thread coming out of your ear?
Oh, that was the worst.
Oh.
Yeah, she that's Sinnoh's specialty. She
mhm.
does the thread thing, records your history, then the puppet stabs you, and then the puppet reads the book to get all of the details.
Good to know that
Creepy,
she.
unfortunate. Please no.
I mean, at least we got the books back.
Yes, got
Well.
them and burned them.
Best thing you can do,
Yes.
honestly.
Which reminds me, you wouldn't know of any place that would have this vulture. I don't think you gave me a name, but this vulture feather.
We'll just call them Mirage vultures.
Okay, that's a cool name.
You can go down to the tackle box and ask Stitch. He always has weird things down there. If there's any place that
Good to
has
know.
it in town, it would be Stitch's shop.
All right, I'll look into it. Thank you.
Oh, in case you didn't know, if you come across a doll that has possessed somebody, make sure to stab them with the needle before you kill the doll, or both parties die.
Yeah, we learned that the hard way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Apologize.
Didn't know at the time.
Most people don't. That's why it makes them so dangerous.
Yes.
Hopefully we won't have to deal with an encounter like that again.
Here's hoping.
What do you do if you can't find the needle?
I guess you just get used to being a child's plaything then. So I will say
then,
the needle is never too far away from the doll.
Doll's
Good to
tracking
know.
down that body again.
If it's if they've already possessed somebody, they're normally within 50 feet of it at all times.
That's good to know.
By choice or by design?
By design, the needle itself acts as pretty much a grounding for them.
What if needle is further away?
The body they possess falls into like a one of those canatotic states.
That's annoying to know now.
Could use doll like dowsing rod.
That's actually pretty smart.
I suppose if one had means of detecting magical properties, that may also point you to the needle.
Oh yeah, those things reek of magic.
Good to know.
Now, if only one of us could do it.
One of you spellcasters had, detect magic.
You know what? We just need to go to a place where we can get magic books.
Our church heist. We'll get all the spells we could dream of.
Good luck.
Let's do it.
This is just like National Treasure, but instead of stealing the Declaration of Independence, you raid the Vatican's like censorship vault.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah.
Specifically after detect magic. That's what they're in there for.
Leave everything else.
Leave everything else.
Forget the level 9 scrolls. Give me detect magic.
Yeah. Very good to know. Thank you for the
Mhm.
information.
Well, I won't sour your meal anymore with any more hag talk, but if you need
No.
anything, let me know.
That's important
Between-
information to have.
In between large inhales and lots of crunching, Kunko says, "Not spoil if you tried."
Well, I suppose our other friend will maybe be joining us later.
You mean
Jorgen's
the one that
Law
barely
kind of
keeps
thinks
up?
for a moment. I've not seen her.
She does seem to keep her distance from us, doesn't she?
I just think she can't keep up. I think we move a little too fast for her.
Maybe
I don't know.
she does not like us.
Yes, even when we had the horses, she was a few paces away. I'm
That's
getting
poor
the
control of
vibe
the horse.
that, well, I think it was deliberate. I think Azure Claw is maybe right. She doesn't like us.
Maybe I should
We're
have given her a
very
horse.
likable people, I think.
Oh, she shouts at nature, attracts attention.
I forgot she tried to intimidate nature.
I wouldn't know. I slept through that whole thing.
That's
That
right.
kind of drew attention to us. Well, didn't want attention drawn to us, but yes.
Next time I'll just make sure she doesn't ride alone.
Speaking of,
There you go.
what happened to those horses? Don't they belong to you?
Yes, I'm sure they're in the stable.
Yeah, I just assumed you checked him into the stables once you got back to town.
Yep,
Yeah.
they're at the
Kind of-
stable.
Abandon them anywhere, like those rent-a-scooters.
This is not Red Dead Redemption.
You're like a
is
Skyrim
now.
horse, just scream for it randomly.
Yep.
So I can just accidentally hit the wrong button and kill people? Got it. Because that's all I do in that game. Well, crap, I just killed the guy coming out of the church.
Well, you turn into a werewolf and then run, and then you come back and everyone's like, "Did you see that werewolf?" And I'm like, "What? No. What?"
Are you high?
Maybe.
There is a possibility.
Sage is a powerful herb, my friends.
Scuba.
Scuba's a powerful drug.
Screw Sage, man. Raven's got chocolate and Jaeger. I want to be over
Yeah.
at that house.
Yeah.
So
Probably for the first time in a long time, Kemek is actually enjoying themselves, just among others.
okay.
Ezraclaw is doing the bird stripping meat from bone thing with the ribs.
When Azurclaw gets a mouthful, does he do the whole bird toss the head back? Yeah, no.
That's what I was doing. I was like, "Oh."
Well, I mean, he is bird.
Yep.
There are no teeth. I mean, it is stab, rip, and go from there.
Stab, rip, open,
about
tilt
right.
the head back,
Yep.
open the throat.
And that weird like head shake thing as you like, like gullet things into your stomach.
Hey, Raven, I have a really important question for you.
Ow.
What's the word?
Ah, damn it.
Bird.
That a bird.
Oh, look at this. The void card just falls into Kunkaval's lap.
I think I've seen worse manners from other Goliaths. It's fine.
So is there anything anyone else wants to take care of for tonight before you move on into the festivities or the meet and greet, pretty much?
Nothing neat.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, mine's real quick. There's
Yeah.
nothing specific. Just before leaving the lunch table, that little bowl of honey, I'm gonna scoop that into a container and just
Okay.
keep it in my inventory.
Alrighty. And this is fresh honey. This is like almost like he's like, you assume he's got his own apiary somewhere.
Again, this is really quick. We don't have to RP this or anything, but Kemek would just do a quick dip into the place. Forgot the
Ramshackle
name.
tackle
Sorry.
box.
Thank you. Yeah, and just see if they happen to have one of those feathers. And just kind of a quick trip.
Mirage. The Mirage Vulture feathers, right?
Yes.
He has a set of 3. Each of them go. Each of them go for 2 gold.
Yes, I will buy all 3.
I don't know if you have enough.
Got a couple hundred just starting out.
Yeah, but I'm trying to keep things like, you know, a little more realistic in pricing for like how most common things are gonna be copper and silver.
Yeah.
So you know something that's like a gold is pretty much, you know, ridiculous.
That's good. Chemic will gladly pay and take all 3. And shot in the dark, I probably already know, but do they happen to have like a bag of holding?
Roll me a persuasion.
Crap. Okay, yeah, I'm totally using the behemoth because I got negatives in this.
I'm going to use the dice that just automatically rolls 20s.
Okay. Yeah. That is 16.
16.
I rolled an 18 for 16.
So he's
Oh,
like, I'm sorry, but the sale and distribution of magical items is strictly prohibited by the church. We alone, Oscar? And Cat just kind of goes, meow. Follow me. He kind of like he pulls up the little swing door on the like the little countertop to let you through, and he takes you down into like the basement of the shop. And like down here you just see like rows of like disheveled merchandise just shoved into corners, piles of books that are like touching the ceiling of the basement. ADH Adventures, thank you for that raid. And he as he's walking towards the back of the shop, you see that he reaches into his shirt. He pulls out a small silver key that he just places into a keyhole that he reveals into one of the bricks of the back wall. And as he turns it, the wall slowly slides out. And as you look inside, it's a small alcove with various items, armors, weapons, couple books,
like eyeballing the books.
You don't seem like a customer that's going to, you know, tattle on me or my cats.
That would be stupid.
You said a bag of holding.
Yes, and actually now that I see it, I'm also interested perhaps in the books as well, but let's see where we go from there.
Bag of holding. Can you roll me percentile?
Okay, I need to buy a full set of Fox's stuff now because I don't have it.
I do.
That was your first mistake?
Yes. Whoa, okay, you know what? Okay, that's still not bad though. That's 75.
75?
Yeah.
He like starts going through the like the merchandise that he has on the table, the little knickknacks, and he's like, I don't have a bag of holding, unfortunately. I have a bag of hold, but that one's weird.
What is it?
It holds one item and one item only. But the item can be of any size.
How much for that?
Ooh, this is... It's weird, but it's rare. This is gonna run you about 2,200 gold. But when I say it can hold anything, it can literally hold anything. Living beings, you know,
Interesting.
Not really something you should put in there.
Right. All right. And unfortunately, I don't think I will be purchasing that, but I am interested in your books over there. Do you have any spells or scrolls?
Every
I
one
can
of
take a
those
look
books
at?
over there are spell books collected from mages I have personally slain.
Oh, what mage slayer are we?
I was and I'm technically still a part-time hunter, so
That makes sense.
it's always
It is a
good for
hunter's
business.
town.
It is. Though don't share this with the guild either. Only select clientele have access to this specialty nook of mine.
Again, I have no desire to rat people out unless they do me wrong, so it is fine. I will not tell them. Slight unless I'm slighted, as they say. But I would like to take a look at your spell books and see what you have.
And you see there's a small collection of 6 books sort of neatly lined up between 2 bookends that when you would put them together make a white cat.
Of course. Curiosity is I know probably 9 times out of 10 Nalani's with me, but did Nalani come with me in this back room?
I would
She heard.
I would say he wouldn't show you this back room if Nolani's here.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
Nolani followed you because you said you were
Okay.
going to go shopping. You usually do that on your own anyway. So
That's true. Okay. That's why I was saying 9 times out of 10. So, okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So I will go ahead and thumb through some of these books and see what they have.
Okay. What are you looking for more of like your school of magic, or are you just looking for wizard in general?
Technically it would be really nice to find something that's temporal magic. Transmutation also falls under that. Detect magic. But yeah, and pretty much open to anything, but anything that's temporal would also be priority.
Go ahead and roll me the percentiles again. Let's see what you can find.
Okay. I always pick up the D8. Cheapen myself. That is that I got excited at first because I saw the double zeros and I was just like, 100? No. That is 60.
60. You do find one book in particular that's got a couple temporal magic spells inside of it. Some of them a little higher level than what you can cast at the moment. Though
Okay.
it does also contain detect magic.
Okay. Well, if nothing else, I could definitely hold on to the books. How much is he asking for each? And I would like to negotiate.
So the book that you have right now, the one that's got the temporal magic, like pretty much what you're looking for,
Right.
that book is 500 gold.
Okay.
The other tomes are about 300 apiece.
Okay. Well, I actually could afford 2 of them. Just out of curiosity, just in case I have it. Oh no, you said it's a higher level of temporal, actually.
Mhm. There
So,
are other
yeah.
temporal spells in there that you can possibly gain access to, but
Okay.
like most of the spells in there are high quality, like high quality, higher level style stuff. And I'll send you like the list of like the spells and everything that are in there.
Okay. Yeah, I think because we probably should have it, I will get the detect magic one.
Okay. Yeah, probably a good idea.
And I will go ahead and I'll get one of the temporal spells as well, the $500 one.
Okay.
gold.
Well, detect magic is in that book, is in the 500 one.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Communal spells. Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
wasn't just temporal only. This looks like it was a well-used tome at some point.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. I will go ahead and I'll get the 500 one and the 300 one.
Okay. Just one of like the random 300 ones?
Unless I don't I don't want to pressure you, but if you can tell me what they are, that would be great.
Yep. So there is an evocation one. There is a transmutation.
Okay.
There is one that seems to be a combination of both transfiguration and what is that one? I actually need to bring up the spells here because I forget which book is which.
I know sometimes transmutation and divination go together, but not always.
Yeah, I know, they just have way too many. It
took me a whole week to come up with my 2 goddamn spells, Rojan.
So it's it's evocation and adjuration or abjuration. Yeah.
Okay. Abjuration's fun, but that's kind of low on the list.
And then
for
the final book is nothing but necromancy. Complete with
is that the title of the book too?
Complete with like a very like edgy looking silver imbued, like not silver imbued, but like a silver etched skull into the cover.
Nothing but necromancy.
I know, it's like that's very useful, but
nothing but necromancy is just a skeleton shooting a basketball.
It's all, don't worry, it's all healing spells.
Totally.
It's also
just late healing.
Yeah.
Late healing.
There's a couple of I've discovered because I shuffled through them so hard the past couple of weeks, but there are some wizard spells and deep magic that are healing spells. So
I cast again, delayed raise.
No, there's actually one that's really fun called Heart to Heart, and you like kind of life link with someone, and you can like heal and damn all that stuff. It's kind of fun. We definitely want the transmutation one. Evocation one.
Okay.
Mix it up a little. Yeah. And I want to see what those are. I'm definitely getting the big book.
Okay. You're going to get the big book, and which other ones are you buying?
That's right. I can only afford one other one. So the transmutation one.
Transmutation. Okay.
Yeah. Forgot I can only afford one more right now. Unless I cried at Nalani, but she's not.
We'll come back after we get paid from solving the train mystery.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking that. I'm just like, depending on how much we get paid, I'm coming back. So I'll get one of the transmutation ones and the big temporal / mixture concoction of a couple other spells, whatever's in there. The big book.
Okay.
Yep. And I'll go ahead and I'll gladly pay that. I am so poor, but it's worth it.
Now you just need to buy expensive paper and inks.
No, I already got some of that stuff. For now. I shopped ahead of time. It'll last me for a little bit. Okay. I would say I would look around to see if there's anything else of interest, but
there are different things of interest, but you know that your pocket at the moment can't handle the load.
Yeah, as of right now, I can afford to copy one spell in my book, so so that's what I'm gonna do right now. So I will thank him, and when I do some more jobs, I will surely be back. I am very interested in what else you have here.
Well, I'm getting new product in every other day.
Oh, very good to know. I'll keep that in mind. And I'm sorry, your name was again?
Stitch.
Stitch. That's right. Well, thank you very much, Stitch. I think I have another friend that might be interested in coming here. I'll send them your way. They are trustworthy.
Always happy to meet friends of customers.
Thank you. Happily take my books.
The heresy expands.
Ooh.
Little
Leave
do
me
you
alone.
know, this is how they screen newcomers.
Yeah. Yep.
He then sells them to you, and since he's a hunter, he then hunts you down and takes them back and sells them to someone else.
Oh, that would be interesting business,
That-
actually.
yeah, that would be a
I
lucrative
would not fault him
business
for
right
that
there.
kind of business. I would not fault him for that. I'm like, that's clever.
And then he gets your
Fantastic
spellbook too.
business model.
Yeah. So, yep. So, since that takes time, I probably won't do it until after the banquet to do any of the stuff, but I'll probably at least thumb through to see what the spells are
Yep.
before heading out. So
Just-
I'll just
Yeah, just send me a
wait for
list
that
of
list.
the books that you bought, and then I'll shoot you over the spells.
Okay. Sounds good.
Is there anything else anyone is doing, or are we good to move forward?
Kunko is gonna go back to his room and try to sew
Okay. Kunkaval,
until the festivities.
okay, so Kunkaval, we can start a little project clock for you here to learn a skill proficiency, or I should say a kit proficiency. So for a sewer's kit. So let's go ahead and do.
Are you gonna keep track, or do you need me to?
I need you to keep track.
Okay.
Let's do a 10 clock for this one.
Okay, so what do you need me to roll?
How long are you spending on this?
From whenever I can get back to my room to whenever this shindig's supposed to happen.
Okay, so you got like 6 hours, so go ahead and let's go ahead and do yeah, 6 hours of training. Let's do 1d6. Actually, no, 2d6.
That's good, because that was a 1. Oh, that's a 6.
Okay, so out of the 10 clock, you have 4 successes on that now, meaning you're getting the hang of it. You're starting to put together your first little doll.
Now Lonnie would like to head over to back to the Hunters Guild since she got permission to use the facilities.
Mm-hmm.
She just wants to go find the workout room or training grounds, whatever, and just
Train.
put in some time.
Okay.
Train. Hit the hot springs one more time before the
Freshen up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I also have a project I would like to start working on.
Sure.
I would actually like to work towards improving my tool crafting.
Okay. So you are how long has Azure Claw been doing the jewel craft?
Literally forever.
Literally forever. Okay.
That is his thing.
And he's an apprentice right now? Or what is he at the moment?
Technically a guild artisan.
Technically a guild artisan. Okay, so you have proficiency in the tools. So
I have proficiency. I would like to bump it up to the
expertise.
next tier.
You want to bump this up to expertise.
Yes.
I don't see too many people with that background. That's awesome.
Guild artisan's a great background.
It
Like,
is. You just don't see people
guild
take
artisan
it.
and guild merchant is like there's your money makers right there.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of people don't take that. That's why when you said that, Raven, I was like, oh, that's cool.
All right, so
Smart
Snit
2.0.
did that.
from a
I think Snit did that so that he could get extra tool proficiencies.
so for to go from profession to expertise level, let's make this a 25 clock.
Okay,
And since this is like a huge jump, this is for like something you're already skilled in. and now you're going up to the next level. This is going to be something that's, you're going to get a D6 for every 8 hours of work you put into it.
Okay. How do you think I ended up with all of these 1 gold piece gems? Just walk in, it's like, I want all of your crappy gems. Just hand them over. I'll work on these.
And I will make them worth more. Which technically you can. You can definitely.
That's how we're gonna make our money, yo.
You can definitely increase. You can increase the cost a little, or increase the price a little bit on a cleaned up, crappy one gold piece gem.
The fun thing about jewel crafting is you can also practice on just regular old freaking rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Look, rock. Neat.
Some people whittle, others chisel rocks.
And grind rocks and polish rocks.
Yep.
Now they're shiny rocks.
That's the entire job. So
Yeah,
that's
nice
what
to
I'm
do
going to be
for you.
doing for
Okay.
the foreseeable future.
Okay. So I have a feeling I'll let you roll now, because I have a feeling that you're gonna like put in 6 hours now, and then probably 2 hours after the party.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead and
That's
give me
the
that
game
D6.
2.
2. On the die, it's a 2.
Yep.
Okay, so that is 1 success on your clock.
Okay.
Anyone else want to get into some crafting, or are we
How much time did you say we have? About 6 hours?
6 hours.
Mia will probably go out and do what she usually does when she's in towns and looking to kill some time, and that's like find the market district of the town, and then just kind of peddle her wares of like herbal remedies and various like
Snake
healing
oils.
balms and stuff like that.
Okay.
Mechanic will mention to her that there's a shop. It's all hush hush, but if you're looking for anything magical, wink wink, to go see Stitch.
She of course is appreciative of that. She's also incredibly poor, so that's gonna have to wait until later.
Okay.
I am now too, so it's all good.
So go ahead
You
and
poor people.
give me.
Expensive hobby.
Do you have? Oh, this will probably be a good thing for you too, to start picking up skills in like a mercantile skill.
Probably, yeah. Like, because she obviously doesn't have a real job, so she's never made a lot of money, and this is just her way of, when she goes out to towns to get supplies and stuff, she either trades her herbalism expertise for supplies or makes what little coin she can.
Okay. So let's
off of it in order to buy stuff.
let's go ahead and start a clock for you in learning the mercantile skill. Like this
Okay.
will be a custom skill that you can put onto your character sheet. Since it's just starting off, it'll be a 10 clock.
Okay.
Sort of like what Azure Claw was doing. You know, every 3 hours of work that you put into it, you get a D6.
Sounds good to me.
So how long are you going to be out there?
Probably say 5 hours, because she'll
Okay.
probably want a bit of time to
So
clean
with,
up and get ready.
with 5 hours, you can do 1d6.
That is a 3.
A 3. Okay, so that will be 2 successes on the clock.
Okay.
And then can you give me a charisma roll?
Charisma. I can give you a charisma roll, sure. Oh, it was on the nat 20 for just a second there. Instead, it is going to be a 13.
A 13. Okay. So in your your sales today, you're able to make 10 silver from peddling a little bit of wares, but
I'll take it.
you seem to have gotten quite the interest from people. You and your group have sort of a name for yourselves now after rescuing those kids, so they're a little less hesitant to trust you on your word. You have a few people who are a lot of them surprisingly enough, are buying herbs that, when mixed into tea, can relax you at night and help you sleep.
Is good to know. And as far as the money she usually makes, that's a good payday, so she's happy.
Okay. So with that said and done, as you requested, Yuriko, about an hour before the get together, you're kind of notified from one of the attendants that the time that you asked to be notified is quickly approaching.
Okay, she'll take one last drag from the hookah, and like she'll ask if they have travel size hookahs, like something I can purchase and take to my room.
Oh, but yeah, but of course we do.
I mean, she lets them know like she fully intends on coming back, but
no, it's just like when you
pretty sure in the wee hours of the night, the hookah bar is closed.
Well, surprising enough, we are open 24 hours a day as long as you're in town. But when you're out on the road and you need a bit of relaxation, well, it's always good to have one. Now, are you just looking for a basic one, or do you want something more exuberant?
I want something that's not going to break easily.
So, in a sturdy trail hookah.
Yeah. I have a bad habit of.
We have one of those. It shows. She brings you to a hookah that the glass and everything looks to be a bit more resistant. The base itself is a strong iron base. This one right here is 20 gold. And it comes it comes with a small sampler pack of different flavors and scents.
All right, yeah, I'll spend the 20 gold. I'm now very, very poor, but that's fine. I got a hookah. And she'll thank her, and she'll tuck it into her backpack or whatever.
Hey, you're given like a small travel case for it to make sure that it stays safe.
Oh, heck yeah! Definitely coming back here. Oh, how much should I have to spend for the 6 hours I was here chilling, or the 5 hours?
Probably a gold, depending on like how heavily you smoked.
I mean, just moderate. I mean, like I said, she 6
hours, probably a gold.
She was just looking to relax. She wasn't looking to do anything crazy.
Yeah, about a gold.
Alrighty, so she's gonna head over to Rock'em Sock'em Robot.
Rock'em Sock'em Robots. All right, so before we get into the festivities over at the tavern, let's go ahead and take our second break for the night so we can freshen up our drinks and everything, and we will be back in about 5 minutes. And we are back.
They're
And
not- they're
before
not
we
all
get
the same
underway,
level.
hi.
Tiger, thank you very much for that $75 Extra Life donation.
Oh damn!
You.
Whoa!
Oh, damn. And what is going to happen to our poor party?
Yes.
Wait, is that I forgot that's raccoon
That's-
visit,
that's
isn't it?
raccoon.
That's a raccoon visit.
That's a raccoon visit.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. I need to get there. Why are the emotes loading so slowly? There we go.
So,
Cool. It's cool.
again, Tiger, thank you very much for your generous donation and continued support for the kids.
It's for the chitlins.
Mm-hmm.
For the chidlins.
So,
Because we
For
can't
the
say-
younger
'cause we- 'cause
generation.
For the
we- 'cause
youngins.
we-
as
we technically
For the
can't say for the
youngins.
kids anymore.
Or
as
the
all
younglings.
of you
Tiny humans?
are out and about on the road after getting freshened up, making your way towards Bare Knuckle and Brew, you hear what sounds like a little squeaky wagon wheel sort of echoing out from one of the alleyways in front of you. And soon after, you see this decently sized, little rotund raccoon walking out, pulling this red wagon, little wood hinges on the side, kind of stopping in front of you and looking at all of you, then looking down at the small piece of paper in his hand. He kind of puts it in a pocket, walks over, and
Are
he
we
gives
all arriving at the same time?
yeah, you're all like gathering around the same time, and he walks over and he hands each of you a very large thermos with a face of a raccoon like sort of etched into it, and it feels very warm to the touch.
Go for life.
And he kind of, once he hands them all out, he just kind of waves and turns the wagon around and walks back into the alleyway, and you hear the wagon wheel sort of like echoing off into the distance until it's peaceful again. What you have in your hand is like one of those classic Campbell soup thermoses.
Oh, I love those.
Yes.
It will generate whatever hot beverage you desire, be it hot cider or hot cocoa, or if you want some sort of like hot soup, it will generate it.
Hot toddy.
What's that?
A hot toddy?
That's an alcoholic drink, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It is, yeah.
Absolutely.
But it's hot. You specified
hot.
a hot beverage.
And I said
hot toddy
any
is hot.
and I said any hot beverage.
Irish coffee.
It's not hot ale.
Oh my god, Irish coffee.
Irish
Yeah.
coffee is a hot beverage
Irish
as well.
coffee. Oh my god, dude.
So
We're gonna be so plastered.
Tea. You can have some hot tea.
you can have hot tea, whatever it is. Now,
We are going to be plastered and wide awake.
this also counts as sort of like eating for the day if you wish. If like you don't want to sit down at night and make any like exuberant meal or whatnot, you just want to sit down and have like a hot drink or a hot soup, there you go.
It counts.
So-
It counts for a meal or a full day's like a good berry.
It counts as a meal. It counts as a meal. Now,
Okay.
if you want both, you can pour it into the little cup that's at the top, and that cup will act as like an ever filling beverage. And then the thermos itself will still can contain like a hot soup or whatnot if you want it that way as well.
Oh.
I need one of these in real life.
Right?
Yeah.
How,
Right?
yeah, right. How long does this last for? Is it like you just say what it is for like once a day thing, or how does
Anytime you want to drink from it, it is continuously warm, and as long as the cap is on, you can change the liquid.
So if we're like having this pleasant conversation and I'm having tea, and then like say Kookaval just like pisses me off, I could just put the cap back on and I'm just like alcohol.
Hot alcohol.
As long as it is a hot alcoholic beverage, yes.
Oh.
I can give you that
You know,
list.
the most unbelievable part of that whole hypothetical was Kunkuval pissing anyone off.
Right?
Yeah, never know.
I didn't want to like outright target someone, so I was like,
So you
eeny,
just-
meeny, miny, mo.
Target Kunkaval.
Yeah,
Probably the
he's
most.
gonna be the scapegoat.
Probably the
I
most.
didn't want to do the obvious and do Yuriko because broody girl, but I didn't want to like outright target the broody.
I mean, Nalani has
Go
potential
for
to
it, I
piss
don't
you off too.
She honestly doesn't care. She has her own agenda.
And these thermoses have a very handy belt clip that you can just clip onto your belts or onto your
So you're saying-
backpacks.
I could use this as like a hot water bottle if I wanted to, and
Yep.
just warm myself up.
Yes, you could. They are
Shove it in my
also,
clothes.
they are also indestructible.
Magical item, right?
They're made
Gave-
out of raccoonium. You can't break
Raccoonium.
that stuff.
You can't break that stuff.
That's why anytime there's a raccoon item, it's just like it's nothing but the best because it's
Yeah.
raccoon.
Exactly. Just like your guys' snuggies from the last season that removed an extra point of exhaustion.
And
miss
I can
my- I
just
miss
see
my
it now.
Snuggie.
Yep.
Nalani's gonna knock somebody out with a raccoon thermos at some point
Yes!
in this game now.
Oh please, please.
No, you
Just-
cannot
please.
use it as a weapon.
Just
Damn
just
it.
strap
Oh.
it
You
to a
cannot use
stick
these
and
as
just
a
start
weapon.
swinging it.
The raccoon gift is a gift of innocence. You cannot sully
Look.
that.
Look, it is a hot water bottle to stuff inside of our clothes when we're cold.
Yep.
So after this weird cart-toting raccoon shows up and hands us all thermoses and then just leaves, gonna kind of look over at Kunkaval. Friend of yours?
Is now.
Oh baby. Well, I guess we shouldn't look a gift raccoon in the mouth.
Can I
That was
make a
odd.
check to see if I know of the raccoon?
Sure. You can give me a history roll.
Next time raccoon shows up, Kunkoval's gonna flap after him.
Just
Take
go
me
try to
with
give him a
you.
hug. So he only employs kobolds.
Kobolds.
Did you say?
Mm,
Oh, so that's not kobold anymore. Damn it. So you can snake and chase after him.
History.
aw.
Not
Too
That was
anymore.
soon.
sad. That was a sad
Yeah.
remembrance. I forgot. Okay.
Nope. That's a 10.
That's
so.
a 10. You don't really know an extensive history of him, though. As a kid, you do remember like adults telling you around like the heavier parts of the winter that if you misbehaved, Mr. Raccoon wasn't going to leave any presents for you. Because remember, Raccoon is this world's Santa.
That's very
Mhm.
true.
Oh, that's right. Yes,
Very
he's just
true.
with Santa. Yep.
So childhood stories, which means Mia wouldn't know who he is.
Oh, womp,
It's okay.
But she does now.
There was only one story Nalani got to hear as a child. I'm with ya.
Emotional damage.
You know what? If
Yes.
it makes Mia feel any better, Kamek didn't either. Womp womp.
We're the group of people who did get childhood stories.
Groudon,
People that didn't get a
Tiger,
childhood.
Alistair is also going to receive their thermos, but for story purposes, he's off on official business at the moment.
He's an important guy.
Happens when you're a lord. Work never
That's very true.
stops. So yeah, I guess I'll clip this thing to my belt quite happily and
Yep.
resume
Yep,
going to
same.
this soiree.
Okay. So, and you walk in, and I really wish I had some like rowdy bar music, but I don't. So we're just gonna have to go with the generic tavern music that I've got.
I like it though.
But as you walk in, everybody kind of like gives you a big like cheer and huzzah as you sort of walk, and it's like almost like the Cheers greeting.
Yeah.
Everyone just like calling your name out, happy to see you.
Kunkaval!
So yeah, pretty much.
Kamek slinks. Kamek is just like,
And like the bar is like the tavern, like from what you've heard of it, you would expect this to just be some like hole in the ground or anything. but it is like an extravagant hall. Like there are hunting trophies all over the place, paintings of glorious battles, decorative weapons strewn about all over the place. There are well kept tables, there are even booths to the side. The crowd is a little rowdy, you know, they're kind of just, you know, in and out of different drinking songs and kind of like, you know, hitting each other's head, slamming each other's heads against one another and just like drinking and having a grand old time. Off to the side there is like a huge banquet table, and you can see that there are again a couple large pigs, some large racks of rib, one or two lambs as well. Just meat galore. There are various vegetables, various fruits, and the kegs have been pretty much moved out from behind the bar and have been put up against the wall, and it's just open bar tonight. Den Mother walks up to you with a rather rugged looking dwarf, very large scar running from like the top of his head down to like pretty much near the base of his chin, blind in one eye, shock white hair, shock white beard, but they're all well kept.
Hope so is dwarf.
The clothing that he's wearing is, you can see that there's a couple stains on the apron from like years of use as a bartender, but still holds himself in a very dignified manner. When she approaches, you say, "I'm happy you all made it. I was kind of worried that you may have not wanted to accept the invitations, but welcome to the party. If I may introduce our glorious host. This here is Trapjaw, one of our more well-renowned hunters and owner of the Bare Knuckle and Brew."
I was expecting something more metallic.
What do you mean metallic?
Well, Trapjaw, I figured, you know.
No, there's nothing metallic on me. That's just how I fight.
You bite people.
No. And he kind of points over to the wall, and you see this large, like, dire flail hanging off like a hook, but the ends of the flails themselves are bear traps.
Ew. Wow.
That's
Okay.
why I'm Trapjaw.
Impressive.
A lot less finesse than I'm used to, but impressive.
Oh, there ain't nothing finesse about slamming a bear trap down on something's head.
Oh, I know. That's why I said it's impressive.
Ah, well, thank you for that. But welcome to the establishment. Feel free. Food's on the table, drinks over there, friends all around. And if any of you are feeling a little bit punchy, we only have one rule: you settle it in the pit. And he kind of points over to like the center of the establishment, and you can see that there's this wooden fencing around it with a couple benches on either side for people to spectate. And there's about a 10-foot divot down into the ground where a large stone pit has been dug out for people to settle the disputes and have a friendly little brawl.
Finally. So she goes and like drops off her stuff, at a corner table. She's presuming no one's gonna steal anything in here because it's all guild members.
It's all guild members.
Yeah, so she's basically just gonna drop her shit off. She's gonna grab like a turkey leg or something and just nom it as she walks over to the pit, and she just stands in the center and swings her boomerang off her back and just slams it into the ground.
So the moment you step into the center of the pit itself, there is a bunch of like stomping of feet and everything as Trapjaw calls out, "Looks like we got our first challenger for the night. Who's gonna take on Yuriko here? Anyone?" Kind of like looks over to her group.
I'm
And-
not Ash, so no.
I don't
One
have
of
my
the-
magic
Even though it's
armor.
killing me inside. It's killing me
Freedom.
inside, though.
Not much of a fighter, so I'll sit this one out.
Well, friends have first shot, then it goes to the rest of the guild. So, any of you would take her?
I'd rather.
Going once, going twice.
Do it, Nalani. You know you want to.
Yeah, she'll do it. Why not? It's a friendly brawl.
Perfect.
Any rules?
That's between you two. As long as there's no death involved, there's no explosions, no magic, you're fine.
No
Not
magic.
allowed to. Like if when Nalani comes to the ring, she goes, anyone but her. I'm not allowed to touch her.
Oh, it's a friendly
Why?
competition. This isn't really harm. You'll be fine.
It's not a matter of harm. I understand that, but I have been asked
Is
not
he-
to lay a hand on her.
He kind of like walks over to you and he's kind of like pats you on the shoulder. Trust me, you're fine.
Insight check.
Sure.
like, I'm like, all
I
right,
have one
dude.
silver on Nalani.
It's like I've like literally been told by a divine being I'm not allowed to like lay a finger on this person.
Well, no blood.
That's no. I was like, I can't hurt her, and that sucks because I rolled a. That's a shitty roll. That's a 4.
That's a 4.
Yep.
There's no. You don't really detect any deceit in his voice, but at the same time, you don't really know what he's getting at. But everybody's already chanting for the fight to start. By the way, rules are the moment you get in, that's a challenge. Anyone's allowed to take it. So
She's going to grab because she figures that she figures she's a god. She can understand multiple languages. She's gonna grab her shoulder where she has the ice scar on it, and she's gonna go, this is unavoidable in Infernal.
Let's see here. And you just hear in your head, no, have fun. You're fine. This isn't out of malice or anything. You two are just having a friendly competition. And if there isn't anything I enjoy more, it's warriors and competition. So have at it.
All right.
So when he mentioned no explosions, no magic, is that something I'd interpret as none of the hunter abilities?
It's
Like
more
the rights?
It's more if it's going to cause damage to the establishment, don't do it.
Okay.
Like, you two are allowed to go as balls to the wall as you want, depending on whatever rules you agree to. But if you cause damage to the establishment, that's when he gets upset.
Well, he does not know the meaning of hold back. So as she jumps in the ring, she'll ignite one of her rights.
Okay. So
And given what he said, I'll ignite Right of the Dawn rather than the storm.
before you do that, I need to take you all over to a map
Yay!
because I made a map.
Yay!
So I'm going to zoom
Oh,
out
snap.
for everybody. This is Bare Knuckle and
Yeah.
Brew.
Heck yeah.
Ooh.
You knew
Love
that
it.
we couldn't resist a fighting bit, didn't you?
Yeah.
And this is what I'm using as Trapjaw.
Ooh. Heck
Oh,
yeah.
that's cool. That's
That
a
is
sexy
awesome.
dwarf. That's
Yes,
a
it
sexy
is.
dwarf right there. Is he single?
He is.
Is he into goblins?
The end of goblins.
Maybe. You don't know. You haven't talked to him yet.
Oh my god. I have an idea. Okay.
So, as always, if it's time to fight, I need y'all to roll initiative.
By y'all, you mean those two, right?
Yep.
Because we're not involved.
Yeah, alright, that's not terrible.
I would like to go up to Trapjaw and kind of drinking some ale. I'll lean in and say 5 gold on Nalani, but say it in Dwarvish.
Perfect. I was just about to open that up. As he looks down, is like, fighters are getting ready. You all know the drill. Heading's open.
And I'll go ahead and I'll do 5. I'll just like put it down on the bench. Just wait.
And he kind of takes it and he puts it into like the bag on his right hip. And then, like all sorts of other guild members are like throwing bets at him left and right for both Nalani and Yuriko. And as always, because this is Bare Knuckle and Brew, winner takes 10% of the pots.
Okay.
And he lets
Looks
the
like any money.
He lets the betting go on for a little bit more. Then he looks and he sees both of you already. Kind of holds up his hands. Now the bets are made. Everyone has their drink. Everyone has their food. Everyone has their seats. Now give us a show. And he kind of just claps his hands, and there's like a loud gong coming from like the top floor as you look up and you see one of the younger guild members there with a very large mallet striking a gong to designate the fight.
And a gong.
And Yuriko.
Yeah, Yuriko, like she runs with this thing like it doesn't weigh anything. And she just literally just runs right up to Nalani, and she's gonna swing. Yeah. That's gonna be a miss.
What'd you get?
I rolled an 11.
Yep.
Like that's like I rolled like really bad.
So
on
you
that
go
one.
you go charging up to a Nalani and you wind up and you swing the beat 'em stick off of your back, but it's almost as if you telegraphed it a little too much and Nalani's already prepared and just sort of dodges to the side as it swipes by. Anything else?
I don't have extra attack.
Okay.
So
Nalani.
nothing else.
Start with my bonus action. So she'll twirl the glaive, and as she does, she slices across the back of her leg, and she'll activate the Rite of the Dawn. And then she's going to swing the glaive, kind of fall through the motion to attempt to hit Yuriko with a 16.
That meets.
That meets. Awesome. So that is. That was the wrong guy. That's what that is. 11 slashing and 3 necrotic. It's necrotic right at the dot, right?
Radiant.
Radiant. Sorry, I was reading. Oh, you have resistance to necrotic. That's what it said about necrotic. So 3 radiant. And that is my turn.
All right. So that you see that that strange movement again as she cuts into her own flesh before bringing the glaive around just to swing around and bite into yours. And there's a little extra kick into it as well, as it's not just that the sting of a blade that kind of smacks into you. Yuriko, you are up.
Okay. 18 plus 6. That is a 24.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, so I'm also going to burn a superiority die for tripping attack. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority die to attempt to knock the target down. You add superiority die to the attack's damage roll, and if the damage is if the target is large or smaller, it must make a strength saving throw. On a failed save, you knock the target prone. And my DC is... My DC is a 14 right now.
I rolled a 14.
Okay. So 2d8.
So Yuriko acts like she's going high, and then she faints and goes low, and the boomerang kind of like slams into the back of your legs, and it almost feels like you're gonna lose balance, but you're able to spin yourself in such a way that you just sort of do like a stumble step.
Okay, so that's my plus 4. So that's 8 and 5. That's 8 and 5 is 13. Yeah, 8 and 5, 13. And yeah, that's all she's gonna do.
Alright, so 13.
Yep.
Alright. Take it. So as that happens, I'm gonna bring up my other hand as I kind of make a fist, as it's going to kind of almost feels like your blood almost pulls across your skin in a weird manner, as I'm going to do Curse the Marked. As I don't like being cornered, so I'm going to just sidestep, put a sort of circle around her.
Okay.
And then go in for my attack.
What does Curse of the Marked do?
Extra damage on the hit.
Is there any save or anything to it once it's applied, or is it just if they're injured?
Curse the Marked.
Is it like a battle curse?
Yeah.
Like,
oh, it's not.
I see it.
Sydney. Okay. I didn't hear the noise.
As a bonus action, you can mark a creature that you can see within 30 feet of you until the end of your turn. Whenever you deal right damage to the target, you roll additional Hemocraft die for right damage. Okay.
Yep. Well, I don't know if that one hits.
So
that one's a
Hunter's Mark.
Yeah. So that one's a 13, so I think I miss on that one.
Yep, that's a miss.
So just filled with like the excitement of you being able to like mark her, you go around, you take a swing, and she just like instinctively ducks down a bit, a little aided from like the pain of the curse itself, or the marking itself. Yuriko, you kind of feel the air just cut behind you as you begin to right yourself up.
Alrighty. 18.
That hits.
You have to make sure because you have that weird hunter bullshit. So I gotta ask. Hunters are fucking weird, man. Let's see. That's gonna do. I'm gonna burn another superiority die for another tripping attack.
Okay.
Strength save on my end, right?
Yep.
A
DC is
natural
14.
20 for 24.
Alrighty. So plus 6. So that's going to be 12 points of bludgeoning damage. Actually, no. Wait, because I rolled a 2. I am a great weapon fighter, so I get to re-roll that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's a 7. Fuck yeah, die. Do your job.
The camera's
bitch.
froze again. What the hell?
Oh, seriously? Oh wait.
Zoom
Yeah.
just hates you today.
Zoom
Really does.
hate me. I think I'm gonna have to just close the stream down. Give me a second. Chat, I don't know what's going on. I don't know why Zoom just keeps freezing on us. Give me a moment. I'm just rejoining the call now. I have to make sure I click on the right link here. All right, we're back.
You have to adjust the cameras, or you're
Nope.
still good?
We're good.
Sweet.
Thankfully, it's not doing that at least.
So new damage is 15.
I'm going to use Stone's Endurance to reduce that damage.
Okay.
And I'm also going to use my Crusher ability, and I'm going to knock her 5 feet to Yuriko's left.
Yuriko's left. Okay.
Yep. So now I'm gonna basically bat her over there.
That's fine. So I rolled a 12 plus my con, so that's a total of con's 3, so a total of 15 points of damage reduced.
You get to negate the whole thing you roll. That is broken.
So
I only get to do it once.
Okay, because I was like, God damn, like I might as well stop because holy shit, dude, that's crazy.
You spin and you bring that baseball swing around, trying to trip her again, and she kind of just like stands there and just like in like a very cocky manner, taking the full brunt of the hit, and you kind of push her to the side. But it doesn't look like any sort of damage was inflicted on her at all.
Just gonna grin real wide at you, like, yeah.
And like when that happens, the crowd kind of like goes nuts.
All right.
Alrighty.
So I'm gonna start with a glaive attack for dirty 20.
That's a hit.
So that's going to be. So that's 13 slashing and only 1 radiant because I rolled low on that. Then as my bonus action, I'm going to bring the back end of the glaive around and give you a smack with that too. Which is a 13, so I missed with that one.
So unlike Nalani, when you take that hit, it's just another bite into your body, but it's enough to keep you on your toes as she comes to like double back for it, but you're able to like instinctively jump back from the flat blade. Yuriko.
Yep. All right, cool. So I'm going to bonus action, second wind.
Okay.
All right, that's not bad. So 6 plus 3, I'm gonna get back 9 points of health. And then I'm gonna burn another superiority die. Actually, I gotta hit first. Ooh, so close. That is going to be 25 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
So I'm gonna
No,
burn...
doesn't hit. Just kidding.
Another superiority die.
I use Goliath bullshit and refuse the hit.
Yes.
I mean, Goliath bullshit plus, Hunter. I mean, the possibilities are endless. All right, so that's 11 plus 5. That's 16 points of damage.
All right.
Oh, you got to make a strength save?
Oh, yeah. Strength, that's a 19.
Alrighty. Yep, I'm done.
A little over cocky this time around, thinking you can take another hit. But this thing catches you. This thing catches you dead in the ribs.
I'm gonna bat her down over to here.
Over to where?
Here.
Down 1 square. Yeah.
As like
Yep.
she keeps moving you with that boomerang.
That's fine. So, just gonna bring the glaive back across again. With a 16.
To hit.
This die is lucky me today. So that is 12 slashing and 2 radiant. And then I'm coming back up with the back end of the glaive for another 16. That one is total of 4 damage. And I'm just going to step back over here again. Make you start over. Actually, no. I will. I'll take the step back too.
Okay. If you do that, you'll get an attack of opportunity against you.
That's fine.
Oh, cool. I'll take it.
Stopping there so that she can get the attack opportunity.
That's a miss, so
Alright.
fine.
So then I'm in my turn there.
So Iriko's gonna.
And I'm going to use my pull-on master to take a swipe at her for entering my attack range.
Nice.
With a dirty 20. So that's 9 slashing, 2 radiant.
Oh, I'm down.
Yurko. Or not Yurko. Nalani. How do you want to do this?
This hurt.
Can I, as she rushes in with that weapon up, I just want to hit her in the arm, forcing her to drop the weapon.
I would like a strength save against that because that's like my baby and it never leaves my hand unless I actually throw it.
And I don't know if you allow it for flavor, but just like sweep back across to try and knock her off her feet as she goes down, essentially.
Okay. So you feel that bite going into your arm, and your arm begins to like drop, and she just sweeps your leg out from under you, and you kind of just like hit the ground hard. Though you don't pass out. As like you hit the ground, everyone who in the stand sort of sees that stone tile sort of light up like Sinnoh's basement for just a quick second, and then it kind of pulses inwards, and the both of you are healed to full HP.
Nice. And the lion's gonna grin and offer you a hand up.
She won't take it.
And everyone is, cheering, and as soon as the fight ends, there's a clanking of coin as Trapjaw is handing out the winnings to everyone who betted on Nalani. He drops 18 gold into your hand. Gimmick.
I'll thank him in Dwarvish.
She'll tell Yuriko will tell Nalani when I have access to all of my skills. We'll do this again. And she just walks off. I mean she's a level down, so technically. So she's basically the only thing she has is hit points from the level. She doesn't have anything else.
So where did you learn Dwarvish?
Oh, you know, I have studied underground for a long time. You pick up some things.
Apparently a motorcycle too.
Somebody needs
I'm
to
a
slow down.
I'm a
Jesus.
bad gabo.
Nirix.
All
Nirix.
of a sudden,
We're on
Nirix.
campaign.
Oh God.
Nirix
Who
outside
cares?
doing donuts.
I'm overjoyed.
But
I heard there's another blood hunter in here.
he's like, he kind of smiles and he responds to you in Goblin. He's like, you do pick up things around.
Impressive. In Dwarvish.
You got-
Impressive.
You have to know things in this line of work.
It's very true. And thank you, as I like jingle my winnings.
Thank your friend for me. You may want to thank her too.
Oh,
She
I
won you
will.
the gold.
Oh, I will. Trust me.
I simply only provide the arena for the entertainment.
And I will go ahead and reclaim my 5 gold, and I'll give the 13 to Nilani. Good job. You did all the work.
She'll accept it from me. She's not gonna argue right now.
As you walk out, as you're walking out of the ring, Trapjaw walks by you and tosses you a bag. Your share.
Appreciated. And she'll pocket it. She's not so rude as to count it here.
Okay.
She's gonna go for some ale.
When you do count it, there is 150 gold.
Nice.
All right, who wants to brawl with a wizard? I need some money.
Do wizards.
Do wizards!
Yeah, this is.
You guys just stand there, slap fight
Just
the
like
whole
slap
time.
fighting.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I actually do have some strength in me, so
Dagger pokes.
I just well, that's Dex, but yeah, if I had to punch someone, I'd be like, "Om nom at the shins, let's go."
So, any other fights or anything is going to have to wait until next week, as we are getting close to the end of this session. So as the fighting pit empties, the festivities pick up. Den Mother walks over to each of you, kind of calling you over to her table. And she sits down like a stack of badges. Well, not badges, but like cloak clasps. Each of them having the symbol of the mad dogs on them. They're yours if you want them. That little escapade into the forest was more than enough proof for me that all of you are guild material, if you so wish to accept.
Is
No-
your guild?
No hard feelings if you say no. But joining us, you will have a home anytime you're here.
Does that mean your guild doesn't do as the others do, where you have to remain in town? They don't quite care for my wanderlust.
You ever tried to keep a wild dog in one place?
Nilani's gonna swipe up the badge.
Yes,
Or the
actually, it's
clasp.
quite difficult.
Chemic will remember this. Chemic will take one up too. Smart to ally with them.
hmm
And we have a place to stay if we need to pass by. This town has some charm to it.
The hot springs are nice too.
Oh, the
Don't
There's
hot,
a hot spring here.
hot springs are wonderful.
I don't suppose this also comes with a permit to do some things that are frowned upon.
She
in other
smiles and
cities.
she like taps the badge. This is all the permits you need.
Guess what, motherfuckers? Permit!
It's our
Where's the
second
emote?
permit.
Where's the emote? This one's real.
Just keep it. Just
They don't
keep-
know that.
Keep in mind that your actions reflect on the guild.
Of course.
So while you have a
Yes.
permit, I would kindly ask you not to set any towns on fire.
Well, I've never done it before, and I have no plans of doing it in the future, so I will refrain as I scoop up the badge.
Jericho will grab her badge and go, I'll try my best, and she heads back to her table.
Claw carefully picks up one of the badges in his claws. We'll do our best.
That's all I can ask. Now I have
Much
to ask,
appreciated.
where are you all headed after all of this?
Still need to find shipment. Was paid to guard
Silverdale.
it.
Silverdale,
where it was
find the
heading.
shipment. Well then, good. I have my team then.
Oh,
I'm going to have all of you wonderful new pups here. Investigate the crash site. Report back on what you find. Some of you are
good. We're
already...
getting paid to what we wanted to do anyway. This is even better.
Indeed.
Perfect.
Paid, you have benefits, access to our quartermasters, access to our own barracks.
We can keep our horses here.
My cat is
Our
once
horses
again
might
climbing
survive.
the wall.
I won't have to use the horses for food. Got it.
That is disappointing, yes.
Now,
But still,
I do have... There is one other thing.
don't do it, Rojan.
I need a team
Don't do
name
it.
from all of you.
No! Disney Forge never had the name.
Something to refer to the lots of you. It
Hmm.
doesn't have to be a now, just something to think of. Because I'm not having another instance of going 3 fucking years without a group name.
No,
says
if
you.
we name it, it's bad luck. You don't
Exactly.
name
Was
it.
that so for Mimsy? The Mimsy 6? They're having great luck.
Different
Yeah.
DM. Different DM.
Wow.
You never name the farm animals.
Yes, you do. You name them after what you're gonna eat.
Names give them extra flavor.
Hmm.
Names give them extra flavor. Yeah.
And then you have crazy eyes. You know, the ones where eyes don't quite look right.
Rojan, you're confusing that with the tears. The
No,
tears give it extra flavor.
Captain Flap Flap and the Fun Bunch. Jesus Christ.
Oh, God.
Captain
We're not
Flap
calling ourselves the
Flap.
Flap Flap.
Captain Flat Flap and the Fun Bunch.
I'm not comfortable with any of that.
This will
Yeah, nope.
we'll go ahead and end there with her asking your group name for the week. So it gives you guys time to think of something.
Yay.
Yeah, I saw a couple questions about the homebrew classes. Yes, we do have a homebrew class in play here. It is HP Fox's character, Mia. She is a wizard from the school of Vitamancy. I believe you shared that in the armory, have you?
Nope, I did not.
Not yet.
And it will not be shared until likely like the latter half of this campaign, because
Gotcha.
this is kind of the testing ground for it. Some things may still need to be rebalanced,
Mm-hmm.
and I
Mhm.
won't know that until they're actually seen in play. So
Makes sense.
Okay.
Mhm.
So it'll be shared on our Discord in the armory soon, at a later
Eventually.
point in time. Eventually, TM.
yeah, most of
Yeah.
the stuff, the homebrew stuff that you saw from season 2 is currently in the armory. So it's worth checking out our Discord and having a look in there.
Hmm.
As well as all sorts of other map creations and magic items and monsters and everything like that. Speaking of that, coming up
Yep.
soon, the community monster that we made for our extra life goal last year will be up in the armory for all of you DMs to torture your poor players with mind controlling plants.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
But-
Oh no.
If this was your, hopefully the cams do not freeze again. If this was your first time here, this is not the only show that we do. On our upcoming Saturday, we have another episode of Wayward Wanderers, or not Wayward Wanderers, Withered Wastes. which is our 5th edition quasi post-apocalyptic campaign. On the alternating Saturday, we have Wayward Wanderers, which is a Pathfinder 2 Extinction Curse campaign that Azarin is running his group through, and they just finished book 1, I think it was.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Heading into book 2 in a couple weeks here. Coming up on Monday, we have another episode of Mass Effect Horizons, which is, as it says, a Mass Effect 5th edition campaign mod that Zorro runs us through. And then next Tuesday, you have another episode here of Destiny Forged on our 3rd campaign, which is taking all of these wonderful individuals through the frigid, snow-filled horrorscape known as Odag. And coming up here in I believe it's next week as well, is going to be another episode of Behold Lore, which is our once a month lore show. This time around, we will be talking about the island, not the island, but the continent of Odag and its people, and we will be joined by our special guest Siva. So that's all coming up here later this week and next week. So we are gonna head on off for now, and we will catch you all later on Saturday for another episode of Withered Wastes. Till then, have a good one.